Okay, good morning, everybody. We'll get started. The June 5th, 2018 meeting of the General Purpose Authority. Dave, would you like to call roll?
Okay. Mr. Langen?
Present.
Mr. Donahue? Absent. Mr. Dowd?
Here.
Mr. Chavone?
Here.
Ms. Ferraro?
Here.
Mr. Pettibone?
Here.
Mr. Anthony?
Here.
Solicitor, Mr. Lucius?
Here.
And from the staff, DCED, Dave Hughes and Sarah Ortiz.
Okay, in your packets you have the minutes that were provided last week, in addition to the bills for payment. I'd like to note that Sean Donahue is now in attendance. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Mr. Chavone.
Second.
Second, Mr. Pettibone. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll abstain. I was not here.
And one abstention, Mr. Dowd.
I'll vote in favor for minutes.
Okay.
No changes.
Correct. Dave, you want to walk us through the treasurer's report?
Sure. You have the balance sheet and the P&L. You also have an accompanying detail of all the different accounts. The real only activity outside of interest in the account was the checking account. There was a check payable to Norris McLaughlin for work done, for Riley and Company for audit services, and then for Conrad and O'Brien. And there was also a transfer between accounts of $90,000 to cover some expenses from the money market account to the checking account. In the money market account, there was one deposit for $482.80. That's for the HOPE payment on the loan. And then you can see the balances at the bottom. Total balances are $2,836,546.68. Just so everybody knows that we are closing the St. Luke's bond this week. And that will generate $100,000 in new fees to the GPA.
Okay. Motion to approve the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Mr. Dowd.
Second.
Second, Mr. Chavone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Invoices for payment, 3.2. Those were provided last week as well.
The invoices were not in your original packet. I did pass
When
them
they
out so
emailed?
everybody has it.
I thought you emailed them out.
No, I just
Okay.
actually finished them last night.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, was there a question on the motion at all? I had a question on the P&L.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No, I didn't.
just from my understanding, since I'm a newer member on the board, I see a line item for P3 for total prison project. I know it's a comparison for last year. It was, paid in 17, and there's no invoices this year, but
The reason is because we do it on a comparison to the previous year, and since the account was there in 2017, it's automatically carried over. The account itself is carried over. And obviously, there's been no activity in 2018.
going forward, will there be any other activity on that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
That depends on county council, I would guess.
Okay.
It's not intended for us.
Pardon?
Not intended right now.
All right.
And all the charges for the prison were actually approved by the county, and the funds ran through the GPA.
Just for my ignorance, I thought the P3 project was for bridges. I didn't know that was kind of expanding out to other areas.
Now, there was a resolution passed. There was a resolution passed last year. John Brown came in and did a formal presentation to the board, cited other projects that they wanted to work on, that the county wanted to work on, and asked if we would be the conduit for other P3 projects. And that, you can go back and watch the meeting minutes of the presentation and go look at the resolution that's in our file. But that was all completely done in open meetings.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
I just had a question on that. I'm curious. Thank you.
Will we move on to the invoices?
Yes.
Okay. I actually handed them out this morning. You can see that there's a total of 6 invoices. I included the invoices for your review. You can see that the total is $60,066.30. Also included is the quarterly administrative service request of payment for DCED. That amount was set up in 2016, and every year it increases by 3%, and it's paid out quarterly. So the $13,617.98 is the quarterly payment for 2018.
And that used to cover how many people?
3,
Okay. And now we're down to 1.
2,
To you and Sarah.
2, yeah.
2, yes.
Okay. That's something we'll have to look at before the next quarter. Okay.
If you want, I can, pass everyone a copy of the administrative service agreement so we can see.
Yeah, and it used to have a breakdown based on salaries, and then it just went to the flat, it went to like a, flat fee, but again, it was covering more personnel at the time. Okay.
I don't know, you better ask them. I'll split this one.
Are there any other, there's other invoices coming from the audit too, correct? Or is that everything for Riley and Company to date?
These are the most up-to-date
Okay.
invoices that we have.
Okay, that doesn't cover the work that she's doing right now, correct?
It covers
You have
some of-
additional?
it covers some of the work on the,
There's like 4 different.
To the end of the audit, the other services are not.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Chair, on the invoices, this is included in what we're voting on right now, right?
Yes.
It is. I just have a quick question, from my understanding, regarding invoice number 108-35068 to Norris McLaughlin and Marcus. Services rendered March 2nd of 18 through March 31st of 18. Total is 4595. Invoice 108-43218 is running from March 11th through April 30th. And they're both regarding business matters. Can someone explain to me, please? I don't understand. It looks like we have 2 invoices overlapping each other for the same thing.
I'll be glad.
I'll defer to the solicitor.
You want to go first? You
No,
want
no,
me-
go ahead.
They may overlap the same time period. The only reason for that is if there was time in the prior period that was for services rendered but not included in that prior bill. The reality of it is, if there's a couple or 3 people who are charging time, vacations, whatever, that may not have been released in time for the first invoice you mentioned, but there's no duplication. The overlap is strictly time, but not in services or fees.
Thank you.
Frank, if you look at the second invoice, which ends in 218, there's 2 charges for March 11th for PDH, which is Peter Hutch. I think that's Peter Hutchins, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
And those are not included on the prior period. And then everything after that is in April. And I don't see anything from Peter Hutchins on the earlier invoice that ends in 068.
Yeah, when you go through the whole first page, there's no.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the invoices as presented?
So moved.
Mr. Dowd? I'll second. All those in favor?
Question
Aye.
on the motion at all?
Sure.
I have a question. I was just waiting to jump
Oh.
in there, Sean.
Okay.
The Conrad O'Brien invoice, I thought we had a $10,000 retainer. That was my recollection.
Correct.
And now we're looking at
30,000.
The
30,000?
Retainers come off the back end, not the front end. for a
Right,
retainer.
so far we have
Professional
30,000 worth of bills in 20 days. Is that-
Not in 20 days.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking here at from 4/10 to 4/30 on their invoice.
Okay.
That's, no, 20 calendar days. So is that just to get them up to speed, or is it just so much work that has to be performed?
There was no ramp-up. They did not need to get up to speed on any of these matters, not to any great degree. It's for the substantial amount of work that's been done. The invoices, all of the invoices that we submitted to this authority break down every entry by day and by the amount of time in the description of the work. We think, I'll speak for our invoices, we think they're self-explanatory. I have reviewed the Conrad and O'Brien invoice. I think the entries are clear, but to the extent any of the entries are not clear, with respect to our invoices, I'm glad to respond, and I'm sure with respect to Conrad's, Kevin Kent would be glad to answer any questions.
So, yeah, so my concern is not getting up to speed. Obviously, it's a detailed invoice. It's broken out. It's just the amount of work that was performed in 20 days. Going forward, you're going to see another 30,000 next month, which I know is hard to predict, but is that going to be the expected bill every month for us?
You're asking me, I haven't. I guess it's based on the work that's.
I'd
performed,
like
correct?
Kevin to come up because he can answer the questions. And Paul, they're very good questions, but let the biller answer them, so you're hearing it straight from
Yeah.
Kevin.
Good morning, members of the board. Happy to answer any questions you have about the bills. As far as, Mr. Anthony, your question about getting up to speed, we didn't charge for that time. We took $10,000 off the bill for the getting up to speed time, so that was written off right at the front end. As far as any questions about, the specifics of the work done, I think you'll see generally the topics being covered in what I understand were the packet of correspondences that went from us to the county. Obviously, there is research that's reflected in the bills and other analysis that serves as the backup for those correspondences, and also meetings with the county solicitor.
Right. So I did notice you did a lot of research on the P3 projects, and some of the what was written into some of that contracts. I do see that. So going forward, it's going to be more of a maintaining type thing than doing research on what's in the P3 contract.
Correct. Obviously, there may be issues that come up that need to be addressed in response to whatever the county's position is on those issues, or issues raised by Krieger or Benish to the extent that arises.
Okay.
I know, Ed, I just want to make a general statement. You may sit down if you choose to, okay.
Whatever you would like.
I just, all of these pages, folks, are legal costs. All of these pages. To me, it just seems like no reason why reasonable minds can't get together and work out some of these issues without lawyers. Or if we're mostly over the hump as far as the legal bills are concerned, but I just think it's a sin that all this money is going out for legal bills when we can't have reasonable minds sitting down at the table and working out these issues. Issues that were signed on with the previous administration and issues that the new administration has. There has to be a way to come together without paying lawyers. That's all I have to say. And I'm just an uninformed person, I guess. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lot of things. But common sense tells me this doesn't have to go on this way. Thank you.
I want to make a suggestion under new business
Okay.
Chair,
with
just a
regard to
question.
civil communication.
2 months ago, we didn't meet last month. 2 months ago, the board retained Conrad O'Brien in anticipation of possible litigation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Litigation has not come as of yet?
Oh, it was various reasons why we retained them.
Okay.
'Cause that's a lot of money in a short amount of time. for
Agreed.
Potential
Okay.
preparation.
I agree with Frank. That's $40,000 that we spent on legal fees in the past month.
I'll wait till new business as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with what Peg said. I stated 2 months ago that I was not in favor of hiring outside counsel for this particular matter, but I felt that we were put in the position that we had to hire outside counsel because of the threat of litigation and other breaches that took place with respect to the administrative services agreement that we have with the county. So I think, unfortunately, that's the position that we were put in. I don't like seeing these bills either, but that's the position that we're in.
Yeah, this wasn't an
Unfortunately.
elective measure for us. It was a necessity. I mean, if you don't see that, then we can have a difference of opinion, but nothing that we raised brought that about.
But I think we'd all like to see a better way to move forward.
Oh, agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed. We're still waiting.
I think I'll use the expression of the olive branch has been extended on several occasions by members of this board to sit down and reasonably try to talk about this, and we haven't been able to do it. So,
But if you would like to lead the charge on that and set a meeting up, we'll be happy to do it as business people. If you would take that on, would you be able to get a meeting and set that up?
No, sure, Sean, but I'll absolutely try.
Okay.
I'll surely try.
Super. Okay, we had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public comment.
Just before you go to public comment, just the running total of the invoices. Just so you know, you'll see one major one there, and that's the Krieger on the milestone payment number 4, which was $2 million, and that's been paid. That's why there was such a big jump from the last one.
Jeff Fox, representing me from Penndot. Good morning, Jeff.
Good
Morning, morning.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Bright and early this morning?
You're very chipper.
Yeah. Well, see, you're smiling back at me. So, you get what you get, you get what you give, whatever. As you are aware, I attended the GPA meeting of 4/10/18. I will share my thoughts and concerns regarding the GPA meeting, which I witnessed from my perspective as a citizen and taxpayer of Northampton County. It concerns me that the solicitor told the chairman to move the meeting along. That was obviously outside of his purview. It is also concerning that the invoices and bills to be paid were only provided to the members of the GPA just prior to the meeting. The members of the GPA had very little time to examine these invoices and bills. The invoices and bills were approved without any questions or comments from the board. That would call into question the very purpose of serving on the board, where there is a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayer. It is also quite concerning that the votes I witnessed were all voice votes, and the chairman never asked for all opposed, as was the case today, because there had to be interruption and no roll call vote taken, with the board hardly given the opportunity to voice any concern or ask questions. It's not very transparent and demonstrates where the people of Northampton County stand with the GPA. The people, the taxpayers, do not seem to be paramount, and they should be. Given the current issues facing the Northampton County GPA, I would think it prudent to examine the invoices bills submitted for payment, especially those submitted for the law firm of Norris, McLaughlin, and Marcus. The hours billed and for what in general, along with the amount, should be public record. No specifics or names, no attorney-client privilege crap. Those invoice bills are paid with taxpayer public monies. The people of Northampton County are entitled to know how their money is spent. The GPA does not seem to hold the citizens of Northampton County in high regard when it comes to transparency and open government. It is time for the GPA to end their relationship with Norris, McLaughlin, and Marcus and find new and fresh representation. Norris, McLaughlin, and Marcus has negative baggage which reflects poorly on the GPA in Northampton County, including the whole out-of-town pay-to-play debacle and federal prosecution. The I can't legally, technically do it or get away with it attitude is not becoming to anyone, even members of this board. Just because one can does not mean one should. Even the hint or appearance of any impropriety, whether actual or not, tarnishes the reputation of the GPA and all the good that the GPA does and Northampton County. As a citizen and taxpayer of Northampton County, one who struggles to meet expenses each month and pays all taxes on time, I am aggrieved that the GPA and the people of Northampton County have been used as a cash cow, and it's quite clear that Mr. Lucius has utilized his position as solicitor for the GPA for his own professional gain. We the people have been fleeced by members of this authority, and the very fact that the Northampton County GPA would consider suing the very entity which gave it any authority it may have is absurd. In that scenario, the taxpayers, we the people, foot the bill while the attorneys smile all the way to the bank. The board, this board, is now on notice. The light has been shined in the direction of the GPA and will only get brighter. There are no more excuses or reasons for this board to allow these dubious actions to continue. Members of this board are appointed by the executive and approved by council, and therefore have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers and citizens of this county. You also have a moral responsibility to do the right thing. It is time for Mr. Langen and Mr. Lucius to make the people of Northampton County paramount over their own interest and their need to be right. The people of Northampton County and the county itself should come before any personal issues. Mr. Langen and Mr. Lucius should do the right thing and resign from the Northampton County General Purpose Authority. Whether you believe any wrong has occurred is not the main issue. This authority needs to put the people first, put the past behind, and move forward. The GPA needs new leadership and new counsel. I encourage the Northampton County General Purpose Authority to work toward those goals. Thank you for your time and have a good day.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
David Wernlew, looks like W-E-R-N.
That's me.
Oh, there we go. I'm sorry, can you correct that for me? I just couldn't read the writing.
Hey, I'm here to represent myself for the bridges on Little Creek Road in Lower Mount Bethel Township, and I have a question today which has been prepared. When is anyone going to inform us what is going on? When is it happening, and what will be affected? There's been no communication with the community or with the township. There's been no updates with the residents, and we have the rights, we have rights, and they're being ignored. No one's given us any information at all. I live adjacent to Bridge 185, which you guys have scheduled to be replaced, and we need to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave,
Thank you.
real quick, did you reach out to anybody regarding this? The Public Works Director? No, I get it, but I'm asking. You're here in front of us asking a question about the.
We've reached out to you. We've reached out.
Who did you reach out to at the county?
You're gonna have to talk to.
No, because I will gladly follow up. If you
We have
called
more
like the Public Works
information here.
Director and nobody's getting back to you,
We have
then
more
I'll
information
find
here.
out why
You'll have
for you.
names in a minute, because I'm sure everybody here is going to have more information for you.
Okay, but you personally didn't reach out to anybody at the county.
I have received letters from you guys, I assume, or your lawyers that said you're coming on my property, and then
Okay.
I said no to that. You sent me back a nice lawyer letter threatening me, so here I am.
There were no letters sent to you from any attorney.
We have the letters. We have the letters.
There was a threatening letter sent.
As long as it's a lawyer letter sent to me,
Oh, okay. I just want to be clear, because when you say stuff like that, it may seem like there was a threatening letter sent when, you mean you received a letter, is what you meant?
That's correct.
Okay.
Received a letter.
Well, our engineer's here, and he'll be able to give an update to all of you, and I'm sure you'll be more than informed, and we'll get you the appropriate contact information as well. But if you reached out to folks at the county or our engineer or GPI, the engineer performing the work on behalf of Krieger, and somebody didn't respond, well, that's not okay. But we'll be glad to help you get to the right people. That'd be fantastic. Okay, Sandra Newman, Lower Mount Bethel.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm here in a dual role. I am a supervisor in Lower Mount Bethel Township, and I was also the chair of the committee that developed the corridor management plan for the only designated scenic byway in Lehigh, in the whole Lehigh Valley. I guess I would like to say that I'm really appalled at the lack of communication that has happened between this board and Krieger and Christine Fry and the township. We really have no idea what's going on. We have reached out to you with letters asking for information. August 10th, 2017, September 1st, 2017. Our roadmaster has reached out numerous times to be informed about the dates and times for these bridge replacements, and we don't get any response. So I'm just asking you to please take into consideration that this is a gem in the community. We got a federal grant for over $109,000 and put up matching funds to develop a framework for saving and preserving this corridor that exists and is really a gem in our community. So I'm asking you to please keep us informed and to consider the fact that these bridges, as far as we can tell from our township engineer and an engineer that has visited the site, who I contacted through the LTAP program, says that there really is very little that these bridges don't really need to be replaced. They need to be repaired. So you need to keep us in the loop, because we just don't get any information.
Yeah, and our board doesn't really have an interaction with, when I say GPI and Krieger on contacting you. After our engineer provides the update, we'll make sure somebody reaches out specifically to you. We didn't make any decisions on what bridges get repaired or replaced. That was done by the county. So just so people here understand the concept of how this was laid out, we're a conduit to allow the county to get their bridge project done. So we're not engineers picking bridges or determining what needs to be repaired or replaced. They were all placed in a project, and we're helping administer that project. So, but definitely when Greg gives his update, we'll find out who should be contacting you. Okay, you mentioned Christine. She's with GPI, and they're the ones who are doing the design work on the bridges.
Well, I have spoken to her. I spoke to her last year.
Okay.
She was not even aware that it was a scenic byway.
Yeah.
I sent her the corridor management plan.
Okay.
And never got any response.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you guys need to be aware of what's going on.
No, I understand the scenic byway. I remember when that was getting approved up there. My wife's from Martins Creek. Absolutely agree from that standpoint, but you just need to have the right person contacting you.
Okay.
Yeah, to get your roadmaster an update. But again,
well, he's been on this case since we got.
And Greg is closer to this than I am. Again, I hear your your pain in this, and we'll make sure we have the appropriate project management people contact you. None of which are us up here, but we appreciate you coming in to tell us.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have a question, if I may. It appears that you have letters, copies of letters that have been sent to someone. Who have those gone to?
They have gone to, the first one went to the Northeast Regional Office, Pennsylvania DEP. The other one was sent to John Brown.
Okay.
Yeah.
And copies were mailed to Northampton County Council, Stan Rugas, General Purpose Authority, Krieger Construction, Frank Suma of Greenman Peterson,
He's a
and
project engineer.
Greg Kuklinski, P.E. Alfred Benish and Company.
Yeah, you copied the GPA, because I saw the letter, on a letter you sent to the DEP. It wasn't sent to us and copied to DEP. So I did see that. But you wrote a letter to the DEP, not to me or this authority. But we did see it. I don't know what the response was from DEP, because you sent the letter to them. I didn't see any return correspondence from DEP. Did you get any return?
No, we didn't get any return correspondence from anybody.
Okay.
That's disturbing, because you should. You should,
Yeah.
without question.
Yeah. And again,
We
I'll
surely
ask,
didn't know
I'll
that, but
ask,
that's-
I'll ask Greg about the DEP, but again, it didn't come to us. It was a letter that went to DEP that we were copied on, and I saw it. I went, okay, it's a letter to DEP. So,
Yeah, we've been pretty much excluded from this whole process, so.
and again, I don't know how the county, with their public works director, went about picking the individual bridges. So I don't know if they went out to specific townships and spoke with it. I don't know. Again, after everything was packaged together and they said, hey, here's the project, that's when we became involved. Not on the selection of bridges. I mean, there's bridges that are falling down now. So.
Well, there are bridges in our community that are in worse repair, according to our roadmaster and our road crew, than the ones that are scheduled for complete replacement here. So, you know.
Yeah, and again, that's a question we can ask the engineers. Yeah, yeah. If you have one that's falling down and it's not slated for repair, and you have one that's slated for repair that's not in need of, I don't know if that's an issue where they can swap. But again, we'll ask the appropriate person.
Well, the only way we can proceed, I think, is if we have some communication, because we don't have any at this point.
That's absolutely right.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Michelle Zoka, S-Z-O-K-A. I'm sure I didn't pronounce that right.
That's right.
Hi, I'm from Lower Mount Bethel Township. I'm a resident, and I have a question, really. And I'm wondering, why are our bridges being replaced when now I have information from the previous administration that clearly states that only one of the 5 bridges on Little Creek Road is structurally deficient? Only one of the 5. And the others are just functionally obsolete merely because they're one-lane bridges. We feel the one-lane nature is important because it slows down traffic. They're historical in nature. As Sandra said, it's a scenic byway. The one that is structurally deficient is only rated that way because of scour, which from people that have much more expertise than I do say that that's completely irreparable. So my question is why? Why? Now, I know you probably can't answer that, but if the engineer could, or the previous administration that says that they're fine, they're not even a priority maintenance, why are they being repaired or replaced? So that's a huge question. It's a lot of money. Krieger's getting a lot of money for something that's not necessary. I did, regarding correspondence, I did email Mark Hartney from the GPA about it. I don't know if he's one of you guys.
No.
And no response. None at all.
What date was that?
March 30th. So if you're saying that the engineer needs to talk to us, I guess I would like to know when, how, who's the contact person, and what do we do about it?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's clearly a huge discrepancy between what the previous administration deemed necessary and what this one deems necessary.
Nothing from this administration, the current administration, weighed in at all on these bridges. They were packaged
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
18 months longer than that.
And we did
Yeah.
have a meeting with the Director of Public Works.
Yeah.
And
Stan
they feel
Rugas at
like
the
you
time.
guys are, up here. And this goes back to what I just saw in the beginning with your invoices. Like, you need to question things, because that's the way to go. Speaking of your quote, I thought it was awesome. It was perfect. You said, common sense tells me that this doesn't have to go on this way. And I believe that about the bridges
Yeah,
on our road.
But again, I appreciate you coming in and telling us this, and we
Yes.
can talk to the appropriate. We didn't pick those bridges in any way, shape, or form. Had no input
So then
whatsoever on the
why?
engineering side.
Why? And can we take a look at this again? That would be my final thing. Let's
Yeah.
revisit
My guess is if you have a one-lane bridge, it's not meeting any of the requirements for like fire life safety, like
But there have been no accidents on that road.
Yeah, well, you can say there have been no accidents. I'm just saying, there's metrics that the state uses for bridges and their designs, okay?
Well, that's
And
where-
like, you
that's
have to be able to fit like two cars passing by each other with like
No,
a fire
I don't-
truck. Listen,
Right.
again, I'm trying to help you here. You're talking to people that had no impact whatsoever on selecting these bridges.
But okay, I understand that, but let's
Yeah.
revisit it. So instead of a general, broad umbrella of,
Yeah.
let's have the engineer, talk to you, like, we all want to know how, why, and specifically, why, when the previous administration's information says that they're totally fine. The only one that is structurally deficient is Bridge 195. That's the only one. Every other one,
Excuse me, ma'am, can I see your packet, please?
sure, I have a copy for you if you would like.
That would be even better than I
Jen,
give it
can I
back.
have a copy, please?
Thank you.
Bridge 195 is the second last one. The very last one is Bridge 215, which is on Raisley Hill. The others start, I put them in order coming from 611 going up Little Creek Road. So, yeah, that's my huge question, why?
Excuse me. I'm going to try to respond to some of the things that you raised, and this is something that I tried to summarize for people that were here, I think it was a couple of months ago, as to how this came about. So I'm going to do my best to let everybody know in the audience how this came about and how it got to us and what are involved. The P3 project for the replacement and or repair of 33 county bridges that were county-owned bridges. Okay. So first and foremost, these were all county-owned bridges. And anyone else, please chime in and correct me if I state anything incorrectly. These were all county-owned bridges. So this, yes, this was an idea of the previous, I don't want to use the word the administration because I don't know exactly how it came about, but County Executive Brown was in favor of this project. He consulted, as best I know, with the administration of the county, and the county approached the General Purpose Authority to act as a conduit to make this project happen. After consultation, this authority made the decision to do so. Okay? As far as the selection of the bridges, I'll reiterate, we had nothing to do with it, unfortunately. Okay? Now, as far as making the decision to move forward with the project, there were a number of presentations that were made to this authority, to Northampton County Council, to a lot of people. Okay? And I think all of these meetings are public announcements, and whether or not people show up to them is their decision. The only time I show up to a meeting outside of the General Purpose Authority in Northampton County is if I have an interest in it. Okay, so obviously this has an interest to all of you that are here. Okay, I was listening to something on the radio this morning where you're not supposed to apologize to people, but I'm going to apologize to you to say I'm sorry that you didn't know that these conversations were taking place with respect to bridges that were in your community. But that was well beyond the scope of what we were asked to do in this project. Now, as far as the approval of this project, there were 3 committees that were put together. One of them was a technical review committee that involved engineers. It involved people from Penndot, because Penndot oversees the ultimate replacement of bridges, regardless of who owns them, because of public safety, health and welfare issues, life safety issues. There was also a financial review committee, and I think there were at least a half a dozen people on each one of those two committees, and then there was a final selection committee. Okay, I was on the final selection committee, so based on lengthy reports that I received from a technical committee, lengthy reports that I received from a financial committee, we made the selection to move forward with Krieger. As far as managing this process on a day-to-day basis and the intimate details of it, I apologize, but that's not on our shoulders. Okay.
Whose shoulders is it on?
There is, so now we're in a situation where we have a new county executive, we have some new members of council who are here, we have a new director of public works within the county, and beyond that, we may have some other new staff. Frankly, I don't know beyond that, because this is collectively a county project, in my opinion, because I am a citizen. I pay taxes here as well. Okay, I've had a bridge out in my community last year. I know what it's like, okay? But what I'm trying to convey to everybody is this decision wasn't made in a vacuum.
I believe
Okay,
you. Oh, I
so-
believe there were many, steps towards this final process. But the point is, anybody could sell sand to a camel if you have the right justification.
Mm-hmm.
And there may be some details that you're missing. For instance, that there is no reason.
I don't disagree, and just not to type a lot more time, but just to let you know, a process as we go forward. The county administration, their public works director, the previous administration, they're the ones that determined with their bridge personnel what bridges get done. Okay,
Well-
but here's the thing, we can't change a bridge at all in any way. If you go to the administration and the public works director and make a compelling case to say, hey, these bridges shouldn't be done, others should, and they're amenable to doing that in some way, and county council then says, yep, we're okay with changing bridge X, Y, and Z, at that point, we're fine. But
So
we can't change a bridge or
So at
make.
this point, if this were you, if you were
Yeah.
me standing up here presenting this argument, what would you do next?
The decision makers on how these bridges were selected were done at the executive level with the public works director.
So-
Going forward.
Pardon?
Now going
No, no.
forward.
Yeah, but
what
I'm
should-
saying.
What would I do? What would you tell me to do next?
If you went to the administration and they're okay with modifying and changing bridges in the plan, and they come to us and say, we're a conduit under Act 88, and it's very complicated, but we're simply a conduit.
So
Like,
you-
I don't get to pick or do anything.
So you think I should
relative.
go to Mr. Amelie?
Yeah, I would start, listen, I'm not trying to throw him out, but
No,
that's
I
how
just
the
want- I want
process started in the
advice.
first place. If there's right now, so people know, there's 99 bridges or 100 bridges
Right.
in the county that are need and replacement and or repair. On the next tranche, if there ever is another tranche, it's their project. We're just a conduit. So I don't get to pick any of them.
Okay,
None
well-
of us here get to pick a bridge.
I
So-
appreciate
so
your
So
advice.
that's the way, just to give you the hierarchy, it comes from the top down. We're like in the middle, and then there's the contractor. So, if county council, if you go to county council and you go to the right channels and say, hey, like this is, but again, it's not us. So, but on the communication side, through Krieger, we hire an engineering firm that oversees them. We're not day-to-day, as much as I get copied on emails and see things or a letter like the other lady presented, I'll see that stuff. I'm the designated representative for us to look at that stuff, and I see it when it comes through, if it's addressed to us. But we have a third-party engineer, Alfred Benish and Company. They they oversee the developer and their engineer. They're the ones who are our eyes on a daily basis, and Greg's been doing a fantastic job. That's the person that I talk to when I have a question. So
I understand. I
so
mean,
that-
mistakes
yeah.
can be made and details
Yeah,
can be missed,
yeah.
and our microcosm is a lot smaller than
Yeah.
your microcosm
Yeah.
of the GPA.
Yeah,
So
and listen, I've run, I've biked, I've been on Little Creek Road as much as, when I say anybody, you're local people. My wife lived in Martins Creek her whole life.
what's her last name?
DeFelice.
Oh,
Yeah, her mom was a tax collector, her dad was the
got it.
police chief / barber.
Yep.
Because it's like Mayberry. No, okay.
Okay. well, we like it
Giulio.
that way.
So I've been, believe me, I understand your frustration, but I appreciate you coming in and telling us in such a
Thank you for your
professional
advice.
manner.
I'll go to Mr. Amelie.
Okay, very good. And listen, if you want to set up a meeting with him and include me, I'm happy to sit in. And if Greg Kolkinski's available, we can grab him too. Okay, thanks. Quentin Carnicki? Carnicelli. Good morning.
I would like to remind you, you own the bridges. Okay? You can fluff us off, but it's not going to happen. You own the bridges. You can make decisions on what bridges are repaired, replaced, and so on and so forth. Go back and look at your mission statement. You own the bridges.
Do you mean the county owns the bridges, or we do?
No, you own the bridges.
We own
the
them
only way
for-
that you could have done a P3 contract
Yeah.
is that you had to take ownership of the bridges. So don't tell her that you have nothing to do with this.
Okay.
You own the bridges. I want to read to you just a line from the Fourth Amendment. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, effects against reasonable searches and seizures. Who in this room thinks it's a good idea to send a threatening letter to a tax-paying citizen who refuses to allow you on their property without due process?
Sir, can I see your letter?
Notice to enter. I wouldn't send that to a...
Thank you.
And you send it to somebody who owns property. The problem that we've had with the county, that I've had with this county, is that they think they own everything. They come up, I had somebody park in my driveway like they owned it. Walk down, take pictures of the bridge. I had people dump their traffic signs on my lawn without even asking permission because you wanted to resurface the road on the bridge. If this isn't done, okay? You have to have respect. We pay your salaries. Answer my question. Who thinks it's a good idea to send that threatening letter? And then when I send it back to you, demanding that you cite your authority, you just don't want to do it. I've been asking you for information about this project since last March, not this year, last year. Nothing from anybody, no matter who I contacted. And you want dates and times, I'll go back and get my computer and tell you the dates and times. You just have been totally lacking. Wait a minute, let me finish.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who you were contacting.
I'm wired here.
No,
you know?
I get it. Listen,
I don't need this.
I appreciate
I'm
you coming in.
75 years old. I've lived in Martins Creek for 30 years peacefully. You people come in here and you think you're going to upset our lives for the next 5 years. You're crazy. So then I send a letter demanding that you cite your authority. I get a letter signed by 2 of your attorneys. I guess they needed that you had an extra bit of money that you had to pay out to somebody. Not one attorney, 2 attorneys threatening me. You still haven't cited your authority. You want to condemn my property? You have to do it properly. This is the state of Pennsylvania, okay? We have laws and we have protections. You can't just come up there and demand things.
Just for the record, there are 2 letters last year. The one letter I believe you referred to was signed by the county solicitor, and it was signed by me. And just for the record, the letter clearly states the legal authority.
You did not cite. You did not cite anything.
Not
you
here to
told me
not.
on the eminent domain.
I'm not here to argue.
mean?
I'm not here to argue. The letter is clear, and it is standard letters that the county has sent.
They may be standard, but I have rights, my friend.
You do.
Okay.
You do. I totally.
You start
totally
citing
agree.
your authority, or you stay the hell off my property.
The letter, just for the record, clearly states the authority. I won't say anything further.
Give me a statute.
May I see that as well, please? Whoever else doesn't want to see it.
You're out of control.
Excuse me, sir?
Well, Sean, let me just ask a question. Our solicitor signed that letter also, but I thought we were just separate. You know, we're the conduit for the bridges. Why would Mr. Lucius?
From what standpoint? I mean,
Well, standpoint is, you know, we're the conduit for bridges. We're not responsible for that. And eminent domain, whatever he's talking about, why would our council sign that letter or draft that letter?
we under the agreements, the county has to pay for the easements. We have to secure the easements. The construction.
GPA?
easements. Yes.
Okay.
The letter was based on the express wording of the public-private partnership agreement which specifically addresses what happens in the event that right-of-way needed to be acquired. That is the reason in this specific case two attorneys signed a letter.
By and large, so far, Greg, how many easements have been secured, plus or minus, across property owners? We've had really little to no issues whatsoever in securing the necessary easements and right-of-way to construct the other bridges. 40 or so. With no.
Just for the record
no
as well, the easement agreements were prepared. The whole process of acquiring easements was done collaboratively with County Solicitor's Office, Dan O'Donnell in particular, Krieger, Benish, and the GPA.
Yeah, for Paul, for your edification, the project itself used Arrow Services. They do all of Penndot's acquisition. So that's the first level of contact. Like, numerous letters went out in advance. Then they went out to secure this. So the only time we send a letter is if nothing else works. And that was only done in a couple of instances. So, like you said, we've acquired 40 plus without incident.
Right, but it's our responsibility, GPA's responsibility for easements.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it is disturbing that we're having people who say they're making contact with us and they're not getting responses.
Well, if we're responsible for easements, I would assume we communicate
Well,
with
Mike
them.
Amelie is personally even going out and knocking on doors from the county with respect to the.
No, I'm not on my.
Yeah, no, I didn't say each individual one of you. I said he has gone out to do this.
But you could send nasty
Yeah.
letters to people.
Okay. Again, we're the conduit. Your elected representatives, of which we are not elected representatives, are the county council members and the county executive and the public works director. They are the ones that direct which bridges and when. So.
But you guys pay.
No, they actually pay it, but through us, because under Act 88, they couldn't do a P3 project without having us as a conduit. Again, we're not bridge builders by trade. This isn't our, because we don't build any bridges. I know maybe you don't like what I'm saying, but we are, when I say a conduit, we are a conduit. We're not out there with GPI and our engineer, so. Okay. David.
Does anybody else want to see that letter so I can give it back?
I'd like to see it.
And this was from Department of Public Works. Yeah, the letter that came out isn't from our authority either. It's from the Director of Public Works. So again, that's a department within the county, but you're coming here, and we appreciate it. But
I asked for information. You want to condemn my property, and you don't want to tell me what you're going to condemn.
Okay, David Select.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I will say the first letter wasn't from the GPA. Second letter, I think some people may agree, was a little harsh. And it came from our attorney as well. Mr. Lucic, I just asked you at the beginning when they made the comments about the letter from the attorney. I asked you what attorney. You said no attorney. Clearly you signed a letter that went to them. You are an attorney.
No, he said he was signed by him and the solicitor. That was the very first thing he said, correct?
Well, I'm talking about the question.
Yeah, and I hadn't seen the letter either.
How'd you sign it?
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, the first one, right. But I'm talking about the second one.
Yeah, I hadn't.
They're coming to the GPA because our solicitor is signing letters, sending it to them, so they have a right to come here.
That letter was sent more than a year ago.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, let's try to get through this list of people so everybody can say their piece here. It's David. It looks like it starts with an S, but I can't make out the other.
Mr. Chair, does it
Yes,
matter if they say their piece if we're not getting anywhere? If we're just letting them speak, just to let them speak, then I can go home. I mean, if they're speaking, we're rushing through to let them speak, but we're still not getting anywhere.
We haven't rushed one person yet.
But we're saying let's get them through so we can hear. But we need to. Something needs to be addressed. No disrespect to anybody on the board, but the only thing we've done so far is say it's not us.
Yes.
And I understand that, but as representatives of the county, we still need to do more than just say it's not us.
That's not what I've done. Each individual person that's come up, I've taken a note of what I've said and who I'm going to have to contact to get back to them. In some cases, it's Christine Fry. In some cases, I'll sit down with Mike Mill. I'm going to get back to the individual people who have questions because I'm taking notes on each one.
And I appreciate you taking
So
notes.
we're
but
not just
make that
listening.
clear to us so we know.
Yeah.
I don't know you're taking notes. I don't know where it's going.
Okay. Well,
I don't know. I'm just
Frank,
being honest with
each
you.
individual person I've tried to address, hear their concern, write their concern down. I don't even say, hey, Frank, by the way, I'm writing something down. No, you've heard me say, we'll follow up with the appropriate person. The one lady said, I will get a meeting with Mike Amelie and meet with her.
I also
so
heard a lot
you're
of-
hearing the same thing everybody else
Yes,
is
but I
hearing.
also heard a lot of, it's not
Okay.
us, it's not us, it's not us. They
Okay.
can throw it in.
What would you propose we do, Frank?
Listen, I don't know. Let's figure it out.
Okay.
But I can guarantee you almost that they'll come back next month with the same issue. So let's resolve it. And I'm not saying we can resolve it, but let's make sure, that the people they need to speak to, they speak to.
Yeah.
That's what I want to make sure we do. And I'm not saying we're not doing it. I'm not saying you're not. I didn't know what plan you're going with. But, I mean, we should all be on the same page and make sure we're assisting them in getting the right information they request.
May I interject? Frank, are you okay, Sean?
Yeah,
I'd like to-
very good.
So obviously, the first letter is dated May 25th of 2017. It did come from the Northampton County General Purpose Authority. It was signed by both the solicitor for Northampton County as well as our solicitor, Mr. Lucius. From my quick review of the letter, it's because the reason the letter was sent is that it appears as if you had refused to allow people on your property.
Absolutely correct.
And I don't know the extent of what was taking place on your property, but there's obviously a reason that the letter was followed up and sent, and that was from our authority.
Read my first letter. I'm asking you for information, and you're refusing to give me information. All you want to do is threaten me.
I'm not threatening you, sir. I'm trying to help this situation.
I'm referring to the letters.
Okay. You wrote let me take a step back, please. First letter, May 9th of 2017. May 9th, so this was actually earlier. It comes from Northampton County Department of Works. They were providing you with notice of notice of intent to enter your property related to this particular project.
Are you coming in my house? Are you coming in my garage?
I don't know the answer to that.
You keep, Quentin, let's be very clear, just so we have some decorum here. You're coming at us like we are the Department of Public Works somehow, too. You're getting mad at us saying we said we were coming on your property. That was a letter from the Public Works Department. If you go to the Public Works Department and raise that no, but I'm just saying, I appreciate you coming here and we want to listen to you, but you're getting very angry with us and we're trying to listen to you to help you.
You bet I'm angry.
Okay.
Again, I'm a little stubborn, so I'm going to try to repeat myself here. May 9th of 2017, you received a letter from the County of Northampton, the Department of Public Works. I am not a county employee. I am not a paid county employee. I am a volunteer member of this authority, okay? So with what took place back in May 9th of 2017 between yourself and the County of Northampton and the Department of Public Works, I can't comment on because I, nor anyone here, has anything to do with this first letter, okay? My name is not Ms. Fry. I am not the Director of Public Works. I don't work for the county, so I cannot comment on it. What I can comment on, if I may finish, I've listened to you. May 25th of 2017, yes, a letter came from the solicitor for the county, the solicitor for this authority, and it was, I'm assuming, as a result of the earlier correspondence that had nothing to do with us. Okay, this is the first that I myself am hearing about this. Okay, so my commitment to you and everybody else in the room that is concerned about this matter is we will look into why you haven't received a response to this letter. That's all I can promise you at this point, is that we will look into this and we will try to get back to you. This is the first we're hearing about it from well over a year ago, okay?
You don't read your correspondence.
I don't receive the correspondence.
You didn't
This
send
wasn't
it to, you
sent-
didn't send it to our authority.
Your attorney signed that letter. You have to have gotten a copy.
No.
You don't seem to know what's going on. And we're the butt end of this. Our lives are going to be disrupted for the better part of 5 years. You have 2 bridges planned for the same time. There are 5 houses between those 2 bridges. How did those people get out? How do we get an ambulance?
Sorry, David.
My name is David Sabatine. I live on Little Creek Road. They did come up and they did survey, and I left them survey, being the person I am. I own both sides of the road. I live between 2 bridges. My problem is, when they surveyed right over top of my septic system. And when I asked the guy that was surveying, I said, well, what are you going to do about my septic? I have no place to go this time. Where it is, that's where it has to be. Well, he said, I'll put you down, I'll put it on here at your septic system, but because it's so close to the road, I don't think we're really going to be able to do anything with it. I said, wait a minute. I've been here 76 years on this property. I never had a problem. Now what am I going to do? Am I going to be having problems now? I own the lot across the road. They surveyed that. And I said, why do you have to survey that far? You're over to the creek. Why do you have to survey it? Well, we have to find out where the water's going to run. I said, wait a minute. The water run there for 1,000,000 years. I said, why do you have to survey the creek? Well, we have to do that. Well, I think it's just not fair. All right? It's not going to impact me, my neighbors, who are all good people. I have to say that. They are good people. And it's not fair. And I think somebody other than the contractors and other than the surveyors should come up there and really look around. Most people don't know where Little Creek Road is. They don't care where Little Creek Road is. And that's the problem I have with this whole thing. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you coming in. Pat McGinnerney.
That'll go in the Irish names.
Martin's Jacoby Watershed Association.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Pat McInerney. I'm the president of the Martin's Jacoby Watershed Association. I'm also a member of the Lower Mount Bethel Environmental Advisory Council. I don't live on Little Creek Road, but I live in Martins Creek. And the reason why I involved myself in both of those organizations is because I am passionately in love with both of those creeks that are affected. I fish those streams probably 200, 220 days a year, and I'm very involved in the ecology of those streams. And when I look at the plan that was put forward for this, we're talking about beginning in the spring of 2019, and then there are actually 6 bridges, if you include the one up on Raisley Hill, all right, that could possibly have a very serious detrimental effect on both of those streams. Now, Little Creek, which is the one where the bridges are all being worked on, is itself a wild trout fishery, and it runs into Martins Creek, which is a Class A, designated by Pennsylvania, Class A wild trout fishery. When I look at this project, the thing that scares me the most is the overall scope. It begins in the spring of 2019, and based on the fact that the last bridge is going to be begun in the spring of 2021, and I'm sure will probably extend into the fall, we're talking about almost 3 years' worth of work in a very small stretch. Now, natural events affect streams, droughts and floods and things like that, and they have effects on the ability of those streams to repopulate themselves, all right? Now, if you have a couple of bad years in a row, that has an effect that bumps down the road maybe 3 or 4 years. Well, if you talk about what's going to happen here in terms of siltation because of the the digging, all of the construction that's going to go on, and also the fact that when you go to move, when I don't know how many of you have ever seen Little Creek Road. I know that you have. There are, it's a very narrow valley, all right, and it's got giant trees, and there's no way you're going to bring cranes in there and start moving things around without getting rid of these trees. When you start to do that, you start to let in all this sunlight. What that's going to do on a stream like that is it's going to have an effect to raise the temperature. Now, again, in order to be a wild trout fish hatchery, you have to have you have to have low temperatures. It has to be cool, even in the summer. Now, you start to let in all that sunlight, you're going to have serious effects. So like I said, you couple that 3 years of work with possibly a drought at one end, a flood at the other. The next thing you know, you're talking about a serious impact over possibly a decade or more of the ability of that stream to produce what it produces, which is wild trout. And the overall effect could be to change the stream significantly, possibly forever. I mean, you really don't know, all right? So, again, you yourself said that, you've had a bridge in your township and it causes hardship. Well, think about 6 bridges in your township within 3 years. I don't know who put this plan together, but to me, it's so extreme, all right? Now, the residents of Little Creek Road, yeah, maybe there's not that many of them. But again, what you're talking about is disrupting their lives, disrupting a scenic byway, changing forever its character. And you're also talking about a possible disastrous effect on, like I said, 2 really wonderful streams, and streams that and not just myself, but there are many, avid fishermen that love those streams. And we are very concerned about essentially the scope of this work.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And any of those permits require the stream crossing permits, so they're all reviewed by DEP.
I
so that's
understand
it.
that.
But I'm saying that's a good time to also weigh in on.
Well, we have. We've sent, the township has sent letters to the Pennsylvania DEP, and we voiced our concerns. Again, I don't know,
I just mean for the methods of construction to
Right, I
ensure
understand that.
there's no silt, there's no debris, there's no.
Right, but again, there's no way you're bringing in cranes without taking out some of those, and some of those sycamores are this big around.
Yeah, and I don't know the
are,
constructability issues along that entire corridor, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Jeanette Leggett.
I'm going to pass.
Okay. Greg Beerley. I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you. I live on Little Creek Road at Bridge 43, and I'm just here to show how the impact on Bridge 43 and all the other bridges on Little Creek Road, if you compare them to what is being currently replaced on Ott Road, if you take the same footprint from Ott Road and go down to Little Creek Road, you lived there your whole life. If you take that same footprint, you can't even put that footprint of your staging area on Little Creek Road without raping the entire road, taking down all the foliage, and literally parking your vehicles, your construction vehicles, on people's porches. It can't be done. And I have pictures here to show you what Ott Road looked like before they replaced the bridge. It's a 1-lane bridge, 20-ton limit, foliage on both sides, stream running underneath.
Thank you.
It's pretty nice, and you can see both ways.
Yeah.
Easily. You can see probably 100 yards each way.
Did the county do that replacement?
It's right now.
Okay.
You go up there right now, I was blown away. I was blown away. I was up there last night, and I was all fired up because anything on this picture that is green is now gone. They have it staged on both sides. It looks like they're trying to put a shopping center there. All the trees are gone. All the green is gone. There's a massive generator there, 24/7, churning out water to bypass that bridge area, spewing out water for what? A tiny bridge, a stop sign could have cured that. And now Little Creek Road has 6 bridges. And you want to do that footprint of Little Creek Road, you can't do it. Everybody's property, everybody's septic, everybody's well, their buildings, their garages, their driveways are all going to be totally impacted. It's going to be a heck of a mess for a couple of years.
Okay. When you're saying they're buildings, my understanding was they were being designed within the existing right-of-way for the bridge?
You can't possibly put the equipment.
Oh, the equipment. I was going to say, they're not taking, okay.
You can't get those cranes in there. You're going to be taking down all the foliage up and down that road. The whole scenic nature of that road is going to be terrible. I've done surveys on the stream, the macro-authentic invertebrates in there.
Mhm.
That stream is from very good to excellent because mayfly larvae can live in that stream.
Mhm.
I go and collect these things. Once that's done, you take the same survey, it's gonna be dead. You'll have crayfish, and that's what all's gonna live there. And if, honestly, just take a drive up there, Sean.
Yeah.
Take that staging from Ott Road. Put that on Little Creek Road, it doesn't fit. The equipment doesn't fit.
Mhm.
It can't happen unless you take the cranes and put them in Dave Sabatini's front yard, my front yard, rip everything down, and have generators going all day long. It can't happen.
I don't mean this at all in an argumentative way. Would the residents be happier if no work were done on the bridges?
Yes.
I mean, your desire would be to simply leave it alone and
Leave
do
it alone.
nothing, and you'd be satisfied and.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a petition signed by 25 people.
But
Yeah, Michael,
Here's your picture,
the whole
sir.
thing
Thank you.
is there, you've got small bridges on a small road.
I was one of the founders of the Bushkill Stream Conservancy, so I understand the whole conservancy movement.
On a small road. You're gonna have 20-ton bridges replaced by bridges that will probably carry what,
Right.
30 tons? And all you need, if there's a problem with the traffic, if a fire truck has to wait at one side because somebody's on the bridge, put a stop sign on one side. It makes no sense.
Greg.
Millions of dollars for a couple stop signs.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Does it make sense for these residents to go to the next county council meeting and raise these concerns?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think what would be more productive would be an actual meeting instead of with the appropriate people. But my question is, Greg,
Yes.
on the design side, are all the bridges along Little Creek Road already through design? Yeah, I don't need to take too much time, but this might. I mean, the county executive and county council, if they work with the public works director and their bridge person, and they can identify 5 other bridges or 6 other bridges to swap in, they have the ability to do that. We don't have the ability to do that. But so my thing is that to find the appropriate body, to be in front of is the important thing.
Common sense.
Yeah.
Look at the common sense of
Yeah.
what you're doing to the bridges.
Gr-
Everybody, I mean, I'm just one person there. It's gonna impact my well.
Yeah.
It's gonna impact Dave Sabatini's septic system. Are you gonna come out and all of a sudden make sure that my well is gonna be pure again, years down the line, his septic system? Sales's garage is right on the road. You can see what they're going to do, what they have to take, and while they're taking it, we have no life in that road.
Yeah.
We have none.
Greg, what's the downside on swapping bridges out on that? The amount of money that's spent on the design and permitting already?
Correct.
Okay. That's my only question, because that comes down to the administration. We can't pick another bridge, but if you listen, we can get, and I believe Paul's going to help with setting a meeting up too. We need to get in front of the appropriate people, and if that's a valid enough concern for them, I'm amenable to doing whatever I'm directed to do.
I understand.
Yeah.
You want 2-lane bridges there. They're not necessary.
Again, I'm not a PTOE. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I can't weigh in on that. I just know that they were designed within specific safety criteria for.
They basically have to accommodate a tank in case we're going to go attack East Bangor
Yeah.
or something. They're not real. But-
They're very well fortified. I wouldn't attack East Bangor. I'd go at Rosetto first and then work.
You're
I'm kidding. I'm
You're
kidding.
going to let that road make the bridge wider.
Yeah.
Okay.
You still have all the turns.
And
So
people
all it's
in
going
the-
to
Yeah.
do
in
is
this
make
world will work
a
through the
place
night.
where you can put the pedal to the metal
Yep.
Audience is
between the
that there.
bridges, and what's it going to solve?
Yep.
You're still kids too.
Yeah. No one's in favor. No one's in favor of that.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Yep. Thank you, Greg.
So I can speak on behalf of where the design is right now, where the Little Creek bridges are. Yeah, sure. So with regard to the Little Creek bridges right now, Act 14 notification letters were sent out to municipalities to let them know that the design team is applying for a DEP permit, a general permit, GP11 on all of these.
So the
those-
township was notified already.
That's correct.
Okay.
And in response, DEP received a letter from the township, and I was in a meeting with DEP where the letter was gone through item by item. The way DEP was going to address the letter was through the issuance of a permit. So what they would do is they would take all the comments into consideration. The design team would submit their permit application, and there may be some comments back and forth. But the issuance of the permit would be how DEP is going to resolve the answers to the questions.
Okay, so to take a step, just to interrupt, take a step back for Sandra's edification. Sandra, your letter didn't fall on deaf ears. Apparently, it was addressed at a meeting with DEP and the design team and was going to be addressed by way of the permit
That's
issuing.
correct.
Okay, but I'm just saying, so that's good news that somebody did actually see it. Whether you got a response from DEP yet, they should have perhaps sent you a letter and said, hey, reviewing it with the appropriate personnel design team, and we'll get back to you, but that probably didn't happen. So that's a good clarification. Thanks. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yep. And I could follow up with DEP to see if they're going to issue a letter in the meantime, but I know they are going to definitely take these comments into consideration. Typically, during this process, we get comments from residents all the time on bridges that I've worked on, bridges that others have worked on, and we always take the comments from the public very, very highly because it's their area right there. It's basically their property next to the bridge. So we do understand how that goes. So as of for the design of the properties, design of those 5 bridges, they have not gone through design period yet, so I have not personally reviewed any. They're looking at 2020 as of right now for the schedule for those. So once they...
we have a little bit of time.
Correct. But so usually my role is I'm the review engineer. So when GPI sends us plans, permits, we review them. And I just have not seen any for those 5 yet. So to talk about right-of-way concerns, there have not been any right-of-way plans developed yet. There have been no letters sent out regarding right-of-way for any of those bridges. We would see that first. You would see that as well.
So the limit so far is pretty much the survey work then?
Pretty much survey work, correct.
Did they do any other geotech stuff?
They would do survey and borings.
They did borings? Okay, so the good news is on the scope of services provided already on the pre-engineering for this stuff, right-of-way plans weren't done, engineering designs for the bridges themselves aren't done, so I'm not saying the scope is cheap, but it's not like they went out and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the work that's been done so far. So the good news is having the window of 2020, if we are able to find other easier build bridges to swap. Again, I have no preference. No one's looking to, like, if you had other neighbors that said, we absolutely want a giant bridge with the handle, fire trucks in both directions, and you had competing factions saying, we want bridges, we don't want bridges, it seems like you're all pretty much in lockstep on you like what you have and repair would be better. Again, not making promises we can't keep. We don't have the ability to make that decision, but we can help you get to decision makers that might be able to help.
So being in conceptual design, one of the things they do is a survey. And the survey includes properties around the bridge as well as a stream survey. The stream survey usually takes the most impact. For streams in Pennsylvania, per Penndot requirements, you have to survey 500 feet in both directions and the width of the 100-year floodplain. So for some streams, that is quite a large impact. I've had some streams be 300 feet wide, and I always get a lot of questions, why do you survey so much? So what we have to do is a hydraulic analysis of the stream to show there's no flooding to any of the properties. That's the goal of the exercise to get a permit from DEP. So if there's additional survey taken, that was most likely why it was taken. So as part of conceptual design right now, we'll see conceptual plans first to choose a bridge type. Then once we decide, yes, this bridge type is applicable at that spot, then the design team continues on the final design. So that's where we are in the process right now.
Okay, thanks, Greg. We'll get a full update later. David Leggett, Little Creek Road. Good morning, David.
Good morning. I've heard you say a couple of times, Sean, that you're the conduit. I'd like you to define that for us, please, so we understand what that means.
Under P3 legislation, the county itself couldn't construct the bridges or contract for the bridges. It had to be done through another agency. We're that agency. It's just the way the P3 legislation was written, and Act 88 specific said. So we're basically like a pass-through. That's basically it.
So the only thing that's passing through the conduit is money?
Right. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
like we didn't pick any of the
scope. Earlier today, correct, that the actual ownership of these bridges is now in your authority?
It is for the limit of the construction period, and then they go back to the county because they're county-owned bridges.
So that means nothing can happen unless you pay for it.
Nothing can happen unless.
Like they can't build this bridge if you don't pay for it.
Yeah, but we're under contract. those bridges were all bid in a P3 as one package. So we're obligated to pay them for the design work and construction of those bridges.
No matter what.
Well, yeah, say no matter what, unless the people that are allowed to make the decisions change the bridges in some way or swap bridges in some way, we're on the hook for them to design, unless we tell them, hey, stop designing, stop permitting, and don't construct these things. When I say we, they're moving forward.
So isn't the purpose of an authority like this to be the balance, to make sure that when the check is being written, that it's being done with all due process being handled before the check gets written?
Can I answer that question? Sure. David? Then under the P3 agreement, P3 services agreement with the county reimburses us for the payment that then takes place to anybody with respect to this project. So ultimately, the payment comes from the county, passes through us, and goes to the entity that gets paid.
But the purpose of that is so that there is a volunteer board overseeing that, to make sure that there isn't something nefarious going on.
And there's also county employees and
yeah, we're
that
not
are taking
managing
a role in the approval of those payments.
But you approve the payment.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was so contractually bound that you didn't have to actually write the check, why would you have to approve it? I mean, you're here to vote on it and say, we're going to pay this invoice for this bridge.
We are, and that's based on contract documents. So we don't have the ability to go, oh, we're going to pay for this bridge, but not for that bridge.
Why?
It doesn't, because there's contract documents in place.
So if you knew that something was being done improperly, you can't stop it?
Well, you're asking these like really esoteric questions.
I know.
Like,
That's why I'm
but
here.
when you're saying no, that you don't like something.
So if
that doesn't mean that
everybody-
it's not
if
like
every
permitted,
property
approved.
owner, if every property owner that's affected by these bridges says that this was not in the best interest of the community, you have no authority whatsoever to stop it. I just want that to be perfectly clear. You can't say this $5 million that they're going to spend on these bridges that can be done with 2 stop signs, we can't do anything about it.
That is above our pay grade. That is a county. That is
But
a
you're
county
the
council.
You are the authority that owns the bridges, and you are the guys that decide to write the checks. But you have no power. That's what you're telling me.
We don't decide to write the checks. We're obligated to write checks. When they meet a milestone, and again, you're getting into the contracts, you sell somebody a car, they're obligated to pay for the car. They complete a bridge, they're obligated to get paid for a bridge. Like I'm.
But we haven't even got a design, and also just.
But even those
just
payments for design, those are all part of their milestone payments. That work that's being done.
Right, but you're saying that because the design for the bridges and the eminent domain work hasn't been done yet, that there's still time to potentially change that stuff. So if you were to decide that
potentially
you're not going to pay for that next step, we could arrest this process here. Instead of spending another
here's what happens.
$2 million.
Here's what happens, Dave. If they're doing their work under their contract and we elect not to pay for something and it causes them a delay, then they're going to come back and make the county pay for delays in the project. Like I'm not putting myself on the line to go, hey, we're going to stop payment on things just because we feel like it.
But if they have performed the work, I understand that you have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Okay. But if they have not performed the work yet, you could notify them to go look at a different bridge. It's your bridge.
No, we can't. No. We didn't pick the bridges, Dave. We can't
But
go
you
say
own
go.
the bridges.
We only own the bridges so they can do that specific construction work on the bridges that were identified by the county. When I mean the county, by the administration, the public works director, the bridge, and then county council. That funnels down. Then they tell us what we're allowed to do with this project. That's how it works. That is cut and dry. Like I don't have the ability. This board doesn't have the ability to say we're going to swap one bridge for another. We have areas in the county right now where there was an issue with a bridge and a private developer where there's the potential to swap a bridge because one's going to get built by somebody else and the county can get another one done. They just have to pick the bridge, and that's been an utter snafu for the last. We've been waiting months to get an answer on it. So
I find
it's not up to us.
Extremely hard to believe that you have no authority over this. And I know you're stating that.
Yeah.
But I find it extremely hard to believe that the ownership of the the owners of the bridges and the people that sign the checks, approve the checks, and issue the checks have no authority over whether or not further work is being done. And I would like to be directed to the actual documents that state that you have no authority over.
Okay.
And if you would forward that to me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, David. George Cooper, Little Creek Road. Hi, how are you doing, George?
Good morning. A while back, I heard Mrs. Ferraro say a couple of things. Reasonable minds can agree. She referred to herself or someone as an uninformed person, an olive branch. My question right now is, I guess it's a plea for this organization in the county to find some common ground and move forward with questioning this project, the whole P3 process, which has been termed by the current executive as a mess. We did have a meeting with Mr. Dertinger and Mr. Emili, and they were cooperative, but they expressed frustration with working with the GPA and not having impact on this project. And I guess without going into more of the technical kinds of things that we're very concerned about, it's just we see like a lack of dialogue, cooperation between the county and this organization. And you've heard about the impact that this whole project has on our road and our lives. And at this point, we'd just like to see an end of the antagonistic relationship between the GPA and the county. We're all citizens, and all concerned should be working for us.
Yeah. And I can assure you, we have reached out multiple times on various issues relative to this stuff to bring people up to speed, and we are committed to working with everybody involved on this. And again, your concerns regarding the bridges in your area, if you speak to the right people, they have the ability to swap them. They can swap 5 bridges from somewhere else and put them into the. But again, we don't have the ability to do that. But we're happy to work with them if they choose to do that.
Well, and we'd like to be party to those discussions, okay? Because we have a obvious vested interest in that happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, thank you.
I may end up sticking my neck out on the line with what I'm going to say here. But I myself have gone and met with the county executive as well as a member or 2 of his staff in, I think it was January of this year, because we foresaw this coming. And I used the expression of extending the olive branch. That was me extending the olive branch to say, we're here to help. Let's sit down like people with level heads and business people. Let's identify the issues and let's try to move forward, okay? So I myself have done that. I don't mean this to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form, but I'm not going to get involved to the intimate level where I'm going to start challenging Penndot, the county employees and staff that are involved in this process, okay? But if you all have concerns, which you obviously do, I think what you have to do, and I think you've heard this a few times, is you have to first address them with Northampton County. Yes, we now own the bridges. I am not intimately knowledgeable of every single bridge, but I know there's a county employee. I don't recall his name, but when I've been in a meeting with him, I'm extremely impressed because he knows all the things that you're talking about. He knows the impact that it has on the stream or the creek or the river that these bridges cross. Okay, because he's been here and he's been doing this for I think 30 or more years. Okay, start with county employees. Go to their supervisors. Go to county council. If county council comes here, okay, and I know several people of county council are here. If county council comes to us as an authority and asks us to work together with them on behalf of the county and its residents, which I am one, I'm happy to get involved
and look at swapping out a bridge and making a decision and voting on a decision to swap out a bridge if it doesn't make sense. But I can't personally answer the concerns of the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. That's out of my scope. Okay?
Then we'll make a request that, and I understand Mrs. Ferrara is here as a representative of County Council, but there should be on next month's agenda the Director of Public Works or his designee to address some of the concerns that we brought up today.
George, you've known me probably 20 years, correct? Yeah. I've known David a very long time. For the other folks, if you want to set a meeting up, and I can help facilitate a meeting with the Director of Public Works, somebody from the administration, I'm happy to help you with your cause. But we just need to get in sooner than later, because what's going to happen is, under the contract documents, they're going to keep moving forward on engineering. And once they get into doing the actual structural, all the other design work, that's more money being spent that's, say, getting thrown out the window, because that work is specific to those bridges. Okay, so again, I'll make sure when you leave, whoever wants my cell number, I'll give it to you, and I am happy to facilitate a meeting. Mike Amelia is a very nice guy, the Director of Public Works, but we need people above his pay grade to sit down at the table with you. Okay, and I'm committed to spend my own time to do that, if that makes everybody happy.
Well, I appreciate you understand that time is of the essence.
Yep.
You know,
because what's going to happen is, at some point, if they start spending more money, then the county's going to say, "Oh no, we can't do that because now we just threw money away on engineering." You know what I mean? If it gets to the next,
or legal costs.
Yeah, or legal costs. Correct. Yeah.
Heard about
Mr.
that.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
So I'm clear. I appreciate you offering your time. Who's going to try to facilitate that meeting? Should they do it? Could you do it?
If they collectively want to get a meeting, and I have some of their contact information, but not everybody gave me an email, I'll reach out to whoever the.
Sean, why don't you and I?
Okay, and I have your email address. I have your phone number too, David. Yeah, I'll get it set up. If the county personnel's available, we can do something next week. I'm free next week. I'm even free Friday.
All right.
But are you away next week?
I'm away next week.
Okay.
I can work with
Yeah, if not, we'll.
plenty of people here that will.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you, George.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, are you done, George? I don't want to cut you off. Okay, thank you much. Steve Barron, Bethlehem.
It's like the good old days, Mr. Dowd, when I would come before County Council. Good morning. It's still morning, right? Yes, it's still morning. Good morning, GPA. My name is Steve Barron, resident of Bethlehem, Director of Fiscal Affairs for Northampton County. I come before you today with a little bit of a change of pace and actually offering a free service. As you know, there were some issues the P3 project caused with the financial statements. Not going to rehash all of that here today in the interest of time, but what I am offering, and we've talked with Mrs. Debbie Borger, who's here, Mary Alice Einfeld, who's our accounting director in the back, Dave Hughes, who does an excellent job and has done an excellent job in a very tough situation with difficult accounting rules. So the GPA is facing a need to upgrade QuickBooks. They're facing a need now, since they do own the bridges, in capitalizing assets. So it's not just simply balancing a checkbook anymore. You have capital assets that take depreciation. They need valuations to be placed on your financial statements and all the things that go along with owning a piece of property. Since the GPA is now on the financial statements as a blended component unit, if anybody needs to know what that is, I will gladly explain it in an email or something else later, so I don't bore you to death. However, the county would like to actually help the GPA out and bring on the financials of the GPA in full onto the general ledger. So what does that mean, and what will that do? First of all, it allows our professional accounting staff to be able to track all the expenses of the GPA and be able to issue checks and be able to help facilitate payments getting done in a very, very expedient manner. As it stands now, Krieger's check for $2 million gets cut to the GPA, and then it gets sent to the GPA for additional payment. That's not so concerning to me. However, with the complexities of the accounting statements and the fact that the GPA's check stock got delivered to a random county office, which I could write a $2 million check on, it's a little bit concerning to me that check stock, even if it was just by mistake, appeared and then ended up in my hands, and I knew how much money I just wired to pay for the milestone payment, if that makes sense to anybody. So our checks would run normally. We would actually be able to pay these people as direct vendors. You would have open and transparent accountability throughout the books. I am not like the previous administration. If you want to come in and look in a folder of money we're spending, I will let you do so. We have no problems doing that. We will gladly share with Mr. Hughes all of that information. He will be access and privy to our ERP system. The other thing it will do is it will allow us to certify and assure all the transactions that are undertaken by the GPA. What that means is this year we actually had to hire a third-party person to review the information because transactions, and Mr. Hughes will tell you he is a banker, not an accountant, and one of the things that happened is Mary Alice Einfalt had to look over some things and make sure the entries were correct when we brought them into our financial statements. That being said, she could not review work she had done, therefore we needed an independent auditor, and thankfully Mrs. Borger and Mary Alice Einfalt know the same guy, Jeff Weiss, who used to be, and Mr. Dowd, you'll know Mr. Weiss from Zelenkoski Axelrod, came in for a very, very good price, reviewed our books, and we're good now. Yeah. That being said, we can avoid all of that extra expense. We don't have to buy QuickBooks. We don't have to do anything special. Just meet with Mr. Hughes, set up an org, and make it happen. It's very simple. We're upgrading our system now, which we could do it before we upgraded. We can do it after we upgrade. So it's not a big deal, and the key word is free. So we don't have to pay any additional money. You don't have to take money out of your bond proceeds. You can give more loans to Rising Tide and all those good things that you do. So I wanted to extend that out, and if you give Mr. Hughes the authority to do so, we will do this tomorrow.
Okay.
So, thank you.
I appreciate you coming courtesy of the floor. Why don't you put that in proposal form to us so we can take a look at it and we can weigh in on it at the next meeting? That would be good.
That's absolutely
So we
fine.
know what's covered, what's not. And my only question is, under Act 88, do we need separate accounting from the standpoint, from the state level, to be in compliance? That's my only thing. You could probably look at that.
No, that's fine. No,
better than
I can answer that question for you now.
Okay.
You are a separate line item under on our general ledger. You are a blended component unit, and under Act 88, that's totally appropriate.
Okay.
If we bring that accounting in-house and keep it within that same blended component unit, there's no issue with Act 88.
Okay. That makes
It
sense.
seems to make a lot of sense to me, and I would echo Sean. I think I'd like to see it in writing first, but I appreciate your coming to us, and I think it's a great idea.
I'll absolutely write it. I'll have Mary Alice polish it up a little bit, too, just to make sure we're precise.
Yeah, and Mary Alice and Steve did bring that up. I met with them a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, so that is a good idea. Thank you,
Sean,
Steve.
can I just say that, I've had the opportunity to work with Steve and Mary Alice and obviously Deb, and they've been great. They really have. They've been very supportive.
Steve and I had a good relationship for a lot of years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Sean, just to make sure, there'll be a written proposal next meeting. We all think it's a good idea. I was trying to pay attention to the Act 88, so I'm assuming that's us as a conduit.
Yeah, that's
Right.
the only thing. Imagine if, say,
We're still-
everything's separate, but then somebody has accounting, you know what I
Right.
mean, has check rating responsibility or check rating ability
Okay.
over.
GPS
as long
for the
as
conduit and-
Steve knows his stuff hopefully inside and out.
Absolutely.
As long as he gives us says it's okay and we verify that, then I have no fundamental. If it makes Dave's life easier and Sarah's life easier,
Saves
I'm all
everybody some money.
I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Barron, about something? I'd like to offer a couple of things that I'd like to know in the proposal. For example, I own a subscription to QuickBooks, and I have whatever version. I own QuickBooks Online Plus, and I get updates every single year, and I can do all the things that you're talking about. So I'd like to know what version of QuickBooks we have, what version we need to upgrade to, what the cost of it's going to be. I'd also like to know if the county provides us with those services, how you're going to maintain the confidentiality that's required, because there's things that we all know have taken place with respect to transmission of information of the authority to others that may or may not have been inappropriate. So I think if you could also address those concerns, we'd appreciate that.
Well, let me address it. There's zero cost versus any upgrade cost to QuickBooks, which I believe, David, would be required. He can give you the prices for all those things. With regard to transmission of information, just so everybody on the GPA understands how bills have been getting paid. What happens is a bill for any type of services, whether it be legal services, whether it be the milestone payments, whether it be for easements, everything gets a check from the county cut to the GPA. I do not pay bills as a Director of Fiscal Affairs unless I see proper documentation. So, for example, legal bills that come in, I don't pay them unless I see the bill, what the bill is for, and then that sits in a filing cabinet at the county. Therefore, if someone asks for expenses that run through the county that were paid to the GPA, if there's no compelling reason to withhold them and they're sitting there, they were sent to me for review for payment, I can't stop a right to know request vetted by a solicitor from going out the door. Just to be very clear about the process. So some people don't understand how the process of the bills actually getting paid or the money getting to the GPA happens. And I won't make that payment unless I see documentation. And that was the same with my predecessor, Mr. Hunter. He may not have reviewed the bills with as much scrutiny because John Brown signed off on many of the bills. I also don't have signing authority on any of the GPA's accounts, nor would I. Therefore, there's still that, separation. So someone else's signature may end up being on the check stock if we would take you onto the general ledger and run the checks. I'll have to consult with the folks that run the ERP system so I can give you a very detailed proposal as to how that happens or what that would look like. But that will be part of what I put in.
Just to respond to a couple of things you said, I'm not asking you to stop any submission of information related to a right to know request. I'd also like clarification on something you just said. You mentioned earlier that the general purpose authority's check stock ended up in your office, correct?
Yes.
So you could have opened them and you could have written a check for $2 million had you desired, right?
Correct.
That's what you stated earlier?
I actually opened the check stock to see what it was because we don't get that type of information.
Who were they addressed to?
It was addressed to Northampton County.
Northampton County?
Like tax claim office or something like that.
So the Northampton County General Purpose Authority checks were mailed to
tax claim office?
the tax claim
We
office?
had sent in a request for new checks.
Okay.
And just so you understand, checks need to have two signatures,
Yes.
two authorizations. And that's something we'd have to
Correct.
talk about,
Yeah.
Getting the county involved. We ordered them actually through a branch downtown Easton at Lafayette Ambassador. And next thing I know, I got a call that they were somewhere else. And I have no idea why they were delivered.
But the mailing label said tax claim office. It didn't say like Dave Hughes General Purpose Authority.
No.
No.
And it should have said.
I don't make it a point to open other people's mail, but when we actually we wanted to make sure it got to the right place, and when it is check stock, I take that very seriously in order to secure it. And it raised some concerns of my budget director, Duran Hammond, as well as myself. And Mr. Dowd and Ms. Ferraro know Duran very well. We were a bit concerned, and actually that morning, Mr. Hammond had the check stock. He had to go to the Human Services building for another reason, and the person he handed that check stock directly to was Mr. Hughes.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you take it seriously. So because of some things that you said, I have some questions. So you opened the checks. Were there signatures already on those checks? Because I think something that I've heard you imply is that those checks could have been used to write a $2 million check and signed by somebody. Mm-hmm. Who would have signed that check for $2 million?
Anybody.
Would that person?
100,000.
No.
Can I just say something? As a former banker,
no.
let me understand
well.
something. For a $2 million check, it's not like a regular system where for a $20 check, it just goes right through. And it's called the cost of doing business. A $2 million check will stop and have it actually looked at and they'll verify who's allowed to sign those checks.
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
just
And wait, if I may finish.
Mm-hmm.
And the person writing that check, correct me if I'm wrong, is committing, I think they call that fraud, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So here's my question. Do our checks have signatures on them already that someone could just write? Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah. And just to be clear, we have opened, Mr. Hughes, I think he'll tell you, we've opened about 30 different bank accounts from people lifting numbers off of our check stock. There have been people who it's common for people to lift account numbers, so that's why we take check stock so seriously when it's laying around. So, thank you.
Thank you. Charles Derdinger, Northampton County. At some point, we'll get to business.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. As many of you have heard and certainly have seen in the papers, Bridge 15, part of the P3 that was supposed to be repaired, a bridge that in 2008 was scheduled to be replaced and for some reason or another was never replaced at that point, has failed. Presently, the Department of Transportation, Penndot, has flagged this bridge, and we have permanently closed the bridge as it is in serious disrepair. There is no fixing this bridge at this point. The bridge is, at the very worst, they were able to stick a 4-foot rod in there without touching anything in one of the arches. It is a stone 4-arch bridge. It is the second oldest bridge on the P3 list, and was referenced by former county executive John Stofa as a pile of rubble. It's on its way. It's on its way to a pile of rubble. We had extensive conversations in the progress meetings for this bridge discussion, and Mike Amelia and I, the Director of Public Works, had an opportunity to meet with folks from Lower Saucon, the people most directly affected by this bridge, and have come to a determination that, and an understanding that the bridge needs to be replaced. So rather than going through an extensive trying to figure out a bridge swap situation with that, at the last progress meeting, the principal for Krieger Construction had identified and singled out costs associated with that bridge in particular. We don't have those costs for any other bridges, but we do now have those costs. And with that information, we have elected to, as we discussed at that meeting, take that bridge out of the project. We would, rather than try to figure out something else that would be amenable to a 102-foot long bridge repair, just simply focus on putting that bridge on the tip and trying to get the federal government to help us with the full replacement of that bridge and proper alignment of the road there, as that's a lot of a disaster. So we would ask at this time for the GPA to, in agreement with, and we'll be having the progress meeting later on today. Phone call. Yep. To convey that bridge back to Northampton County, and we'll just simply move along from there and continue trying to make this work.
Okay, so you're going to bid that separately as its own project?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
All right.
We need action on that?
Well, I think they actually need to take action at the council, correct?
What's the
They're
process?
the ones that determined what bridges were put. This goes back to the Little Creek Road folks. They packaged all these bridges together. There needs to be one amendment. John, why don't you walk us through what you think is the easiest path to getting this done? But for the rest of the board members, this bridge basically collapsed, and it was one slated for a repair. Again, we didn't pick which ones were getting repaired, which ones were getting replaced, but it has a failure. And the day that failed, we basically said, hey, you want to do this at the county level? We'll give a quick claim deed, get it back to you. You can do whatever you want with it. They analyzed over the last couple months trying to figure out what to do, and now they're coming and saying they want that one out. So,
As that go, we're just asking you to convey it back. Council has to accept it as both Mike and, as Mr. Dowd and Peg, excuse my familiarity, well know that council has to accept it, but they don't have to request it. So it's necessary at this time due to the progress that the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission is making in their TIP projects to be certain, or to get us on to ask the GPA to offer the bridge back to us, so that council can then at the next meeting accept the bridge, and we can move forward in getting the proper funding for this bridge so that it can be ameliorated in the best possible way.
Sorry to interrupt. That's just the deed then. The quitclaim deed can go back, but we have contract documents that bridge has to be pulled out of.
The paperwork as between the county and the GPA is simple. The paperwork as between Krieger and the GPA is simple. What I don't know the answer to is what impact this has on any dollars with respect to the project itself.
I was at the meeting. I was at the meeting, and Krieger's principal, with help of their engineers, put together a ballpark number, and it appears that Mr. Dertinger is accepting that ballpark number.
Okay.
We just, again, as being business people, it's great, get the bridge back, but we need to make sure the contract documents, we don't want to be on the hook to pay for something that's not going to get done. We need to physically pull the bridge out.
It also illustrates what Mr. Dertinger has said and what you've said earlier. Bridges, whether they go out or new ones come in, all require the involvement of county council.
Correct. Can we take action simply to direct, say our intent would be that we would convey that bridge back to the county and instruct our solicitor and whomever you'd appoint from the county standpoint, who would be from the county standpoint, to work out the detail and get this process moving.
And
You'll get it on our
the developer has to be in agreement with that as well.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I'm saying the numbers, like, that needs to be in an agreement between the developer and the county. Acknowledging that, otherwise we pull it out and they say, no, you guys are still on the hook. You owe
Right,
money.
developer and us, or developer and the county?
All three.
We have the agreement.
Right.
We have the agreement with the developer. We have an agreement with the county. We're the middle. So we needed to have that worked out with both.
Okay, well, at the meeting, and last night the minutes came out for the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jimmy said he's the prime, he will work out the credits with the subs. He said he's okay either way, whether the county wants to drop these bridges or add more work.
Yeah.
So,
that
was.
Because they also gave them the option of doing the replacement, a full replacement as well, and using that rehab money as a credit towards the replacement. So the contract value would have went up for the difference between.
Got it.
Yeah, but that's fine. Listen, they can bid it and do it. So it's good news for the Little Creek Road folks.
So you need a motion from our standpoint?
Yes, if you could offer to convey it. Nothing happens until, of course,
And
as you both know.
Subject to the agreements.
I move that we offer to return the Bridge 15 to the county, subject to the agreement of solicitors and the receptivity of county council to receiving the bridge.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dowd, seconded by Mr. Pittobone. Vote, Sean Donahue.
I'm going to say something. I'm going to vote in favor of this, but here's what I find interesting. We've just been provided very little information, and we're being asked to give back a bridge. But with everything else, we're being scrutinized when we went through like documents that are this thick. So the right thing to do here is to vote yes on this, okay? But what I think needs to be made clear, and I think this is what was just said, is that this is all subject to the proper documents and the solicitor for the county, the solicitor for the general purpose authority, county council properly voting on it, and we will return the bridge and allow the, but again, it's got to be subject to all of that stuff.
Developer.
Okay. So I'm not opposed to this. I want to be very clear, but it's just interesting. Like, I've been provided no facts other than the fact that, and this is a bridge that I drive over, okay? But I've been provided with no facts, okay? And I'm being asked to vote on it, and I'll probably end up in the newspaper tomorrow morning because I've commented on this, and this is where I'm sticking my neck out on the line. But again, I don't want to ramble on. I will vote in favor of this. It's with the understanding that it's subject to the proper agreements between the solicitors, with the authority of counsel, and whoever else needs to be involved. It's the right thing to do.
And that's a good point, Sean, because I'm a little closer to it because I've been involved as the authorized representative. I've been on every email and every meeting on this stuff for the last couple months. If I could table the vote for a second. Greg, can you give like the Chris Berman 2-minute drill on this bridge so you can explain what the engineering position is on this? Because you've been at every meeting that I've been at, and Charles as well.
Yeah, I think I stated at the last meeting as well too. Penndot does routine inspections of all the P3 bridges. So even though they're in the contract, they still do a annual or biannual inspection of them. When they did an inspection of this bridge, they found some defects in it, notably a depression in the road. Looking close underneath the arch, there were pieces of the arch that were starting to fall out, basically. So they decided to close the bridge, and then the decision came to the county to decide, what we should do with the bridge. So yeah, it's currently closed today, and based on a PennDOT inspection, that's really where it came from.
Okay. And again, when this came about, we've just been waiting for the county to do their due diligence to elect what they wanted to do, A, B, or like A, completely replace it and get a credit, or B, take on the project themselves and go bid a bridge. So, okay, thanks, Greg.
I understand that and I respect that, and I think, the reason that I said the things that I said is I think it's a very nonchalant approach to say, just give us our bridge back and we'll take care of it. So we've been accused by people of not taking these things seriously, and I think there's facts that were missing in the presentation to the board for the decision to do this. But as long as those facts and those details get put into resolutions, minutes, documentation, we're good.
And unless something changed, I know that the contractor was okay with giving up that bridge for that specific credit. So, yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I hop back in? I just have a quick question. I'm Jeanette Black.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jeanette, please.
So I just want to clarify something. So right now, you're under contract with Krieger for quite a bit of money to repair bridges, correct?
Repair or replace, yep.
Okay, so that funding is secured, that money's waiting to be spent on bridges.
That money's allocated in the county's budget at a certain dollar amount per year, and it flows from the county through us to the developer.
Now,
so it's not like sitting as a lump sum somewhere. It's funded like a.
We now have a request to give a bridge back to the county because that bridge needs to be fixed. Why is Krieger not fixing that bridge instead of these bridges?
They were. That bridge was one of the 33. Janet, that was one of. I'm sorry, Jeanette or Janet?
That's fine. Jeanette.
Okay. That was one of the 33 bridges that was slated for a repair. It was one of the stone arch bridges that was going to get repaired, not replaced. A couple months back, it literally opened up and
so Krieger
became.
Can't build a bridge.
No, Krieger did. Krieger proposed to, one, give them a credit for what they were going to. Repairing the bridge is way less expensive than replacing a bridge.
Right.
They were going to give them a credit for the repair.
Okay.
And build a new bridge, which would have increased the contract price, the difference between those two. The other option was, similar to what I said earlier, the decision makers are a pay grade above us. They're the only pay grade. We don't get paid. They're coming and saying now, as the county, we want that bridge out and we'll go take care of that one ourselves. And they're going to go to county council and they're going to get that bridge removed out of the P3. They have the option to remove the bridge, or they could have swapped for another bridge. Okay, and then that keeps the contract price the same, where you're not going back in, because there's so many more bridges that are still bad. If there were not any more bad bridges, we'd never have a swap. But like the county can go, hey, that one's not good. We'll do another one right now.
I'm just confused why the priority isn't, if Krieger has funding available, why aren't they just going to take this money, replace that bridge, and not worry about bridges that don't need replaced? And you're saying that's Krieger's call.
No. That's the county's call. It's not Krieger's call. Krieger doesn't get to pick what. They don't get to pick what bridges. Okay. Those bridges were determined as part of a big bid package that 3 companies came in and bid on.
So
they didn't tell us what they were going to do. The county above us said these are the bridges we want done, based on their professional analysis of the bridges in their county. So again, had nothing to do with us. We had no votes. We didn't know a thing about it. It came to us and they said, hey, you're going to go do this. Okay. So, but the good news is there's a mechanism in place. If you speak with the right people, maybe you can get some headway, and that's what we'll try to help you do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, very good.
As a taxpayer, if I can take one hat off and put the other one on, here's what I'd like to know, living in the municipality that this bridge is located. I think I just heard that the original plan was for a repair. That's no longer possible. I think Krieger has proposed a replacement of that bridge as a part of the P3 contract.
Yeah,
but it would involve a price increase, and there would be a time frame involved with it. And now I think the county is suggesting take that out of the project and we'll take care of it on our own. Well, as a taxpayer, I'd like to know what it's going to cost the county and what the time frame is within which they're going to get it done going forward. So, and the reason that I bring that up is I think if I'm putting your hat on, those are the questions that I would be asking with respects to the bridge that impact your community.
Sean, I very much appreciate that question, because the reality of it is, compared to what it would cost under the P3, it's going to cost significantly less. That is to say, it will be put on, we're looking to have it on the tip. That makes it a $3 million bridge that goes through federal funding, not through county funding. That is not presently identified.
Can you explain, just so everybody knows what a tip is, just so they have, yeah.
Essentially, for every, I guess, sorry, this would be the federal financing for bridges and infrastructure in our region. And through the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, they put together a package of bridges as well as infrastructure that need to be addressed, and it goes together as one package. So this would be significantly a windfall.
Because it's funded by the feds.
It's funded by the feds through your tax dollars, both highway as well as monies that you pay in. So rather than taking it from monies that we don't necessarily have allocated for that, and there's no the county is unfortunate not the recipient of liquid fuels taxes or any such taxes. We have to use general fund money to repair or replace any bridge that we do not get money from the state or from the federal government. And as you're all aware, none of the monies coming for the P3 are state or federal. They are entirely general funds money. So this is a savings to taxpayers. So while you're wearing the other hat for this moment, this is so much better for you.
So are there other bridges that the county has put into this package that's running through the Lehigh Valley?
There are other bridges and other elements of infrastructure throughout the county, as well as the municipalities that receive these funds. Every time that there is a package that goes out there, that's just how it goes. Recently, another bridge was put in and, well, just finished, thanks to Senator Casey providing us into a bill for infrastructure repair. So that was, again, done for the citizens of Northampton County through our senator to pay, to help have the federal government pay for it, rather than the citizens pay for the extent or the complete cost of the P3 project. So this is significantly better.
So Charles, this then moves up to high priority, so it gets right in the front of the list? Because
yes.
That's always been the greatest frustration. One of the reasons the P3 project came through.
For that matter, Mike Amelie has been all over this, and he's been in conversations with Penndot already in anticipation of bringing this bridge back as a county bridge, so that we can start the engineering before the funding actually starts, because Penndot already has money set aside that we can get these things ready to be moved forward. It being a closed down bridge and the report that we have from Penndot will put us on the front wave of everything for that.
No, it would be good news for the residents.
Thank you very much for your motion.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you for that explanation.
Okay, so I'm a yes. Sean Donahue's a yes. Mike Dowd?
Yes.
Mark Chivone?
Yes.
Margaret Ferraro?
Yes.
Frank Pittibone?
Yes.
Paul Anthony Jr.?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Very good. Batting cleanup, William McGee?
Good morning, everybody. William McGee. I live in Northampton Borough, and I'm also on County Council at large. I'm one of the newer members of County Council, and just trying to get up to speed on the GPA authority. This is my first meeting that I've attended in the audience, and just a comment. That's all. You know, we always appreciate everybody's hard work and their volunteerism. There was no minutes here at the table, and I went online actually last night in preparation for the meeting. I could not find the minutes from the last meeting. online. So I was just wondering, is there anybody that could, assure me that I'll have copies of the minutes so I can just read up and catch up to speed on everything, because apparently the county council's been mentioned a little bit, and I just want to make sure we're doing our job. So
I can answer about the last meeting. They have not been signed yet and finalized. As soon as they're done, they'll be online.
Okay.
Yeah, they were on the agenda. That's our first item on the agenda for today. We approve our previous minutes, so that's probably why they weren't up. But 2 meetings ago would have been up, correct? The previous
I
meeting?
couldn't find those either online.
No,
Okay, we.
yeah, that was our last, but preface that.
Yeah,
All the other minutes are online. And also we're the video's up, too.
No, I saw the video.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Comment? We're going to be going into executive session for legal matters.
And I'd like Kevin to come up and lay the groundwork for that, please.
Kevin, if you could come up, please, from Conrad O'Brien.
Yeah, thank you,
Thanks.
Chairman Langen. Good morning again, board members. Just want to give you an update on the status of several of the legal matters that we've been addressing. There have been some comments about identifying issues and trying to bring them to resolution, and that's what we've undertaken as the special counsel for the GPA. There are several issues that have arisen. One of which you're aware that's referenced in the correspondences in your packet is this issue of privileged materials having been disclosed by DCED to persons who did not have authority to receive it. I've sent correspondences to the county solicitor to try to rectify this issue. I've also met with the county solicitor to discuss this and other issues in mid-May. Secondly, there is an open issue as to payments owed by the county under the P3 agreement, some of the additional services payments, which have not been made. This issue has been raised by the county, or with the county by me several weeks ago, actually in April 23rd. And we've been waiting for a substantive response on that as well. We still haven't received one. There was also an assertion by the county that this project was not in compliance with certain provisions of the county code. We've laid out the GPA's position on that, asked for substantive responses from the county, have not received them. That said, I did meet with Solicitor Rudis and had a discussion with her about many of these topics and some of the ancillary issues related to them. Those are the issues that I would like to address with you in executive session for 2 reasons. One, the meeting with Ms. Rudis, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on that publicly because it was with an eye toward resolving some of these disputes, essentially a settlement discussion. And secondly, because I want to give the board the opportunity to ask questions of me, and my advice to you is obviously privileged, and we don't want to have a waiver of that privilege. So I would suggest, to address those issues, that we go into a brief executive session in order to do that.
Thank you.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Let's do it.
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Dowd.
Second.
Second, Mr. Chivone. Sean Langen, yes. Sean Donahue.
Yes.
Michael Dowd.
Yes.
Mark Chivone.
Yes.
Margaret Ferraro. Mr. Pittibone. Mr. Anthony. Good. We'll go back in. And Mr. Cooper, I'll reach out to you as well this week. Okay, thank you, sir, for coming.
Good.
But like, I was, when the comments was happening, it occurred to me, as I was being commented, it doesn't take much to put 2005 scores. Well, that's relevant.
you got to hang out with one of my favorite people. I was afraid that to suggest that since we had and then she's like, oh yeah, we're doing Jeff. He's gonna think this is it.
I know Jack for about 40 years.
And sadly, she but he still rides a snowmobile. So.
Yeah, he's crazy.
God love him.
Crazy accountant, right?
So he's when ZA was here, he's very good friends with so he was great. The last time we upgraded our ERP system, he actually brought us all over. So part of the reason I know how to change and upgrade financial systems. Jeff Weiss.
There you go.
All righty.
Has a lot of knowledge.
He does. Have a good one, guys. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
I did call Denise and said, I'll have my schedule.
just happened to notice that temperature cooled off in here though. It got kind of warm in here earlier.
You could hear the AC kick in.
Yeah. That's just Karen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing set.
Okay. Yeah, I think our grants, at least the one I was working on, some stuff. So the masters. What's that? We're talking about it. We're talking about it. No, we actually had a meeting about it last Thursday. Discuss it.
I think the longest executive session I've ever been at is 3 hours.
Was it the school board?
Bangor Borough Council. He wound up firing the police chief after midnight.
Did he have to wait up? Was he there?
He was not, and then, I think I left after the second hour.
Okay.
Because at that point, my deadline had come and gone.
Yeah, no reason after that, so.
And then they weren't talking about, actually, did I stick around? I don't recall if I stuck around for that. Ironically, John Brown was there at the time.
Oh, yeah?
I did stick around. I did report that one, but that one lasted 3 hours.
That's impressive.
Capital project.
Actually, impressive probably isn't the right word. Surprising isn't the right word.
Unlike here, they don't have the back room, so you had to stand in the, you had to stand in the,
So they kick you out.
kind of. There are a bunch of us in like the lobby area. It's a lot smaller. I'm not sure if there's anything in this building it's like the size of one of the meeting rooms, I guess. And there's dozens of us to start with. I think I was like one of the people that stuck around. Never said why they fired him. But
The rumor was that he was meter money out. I'm from Bangor, it can't be that much. I love Bangor, but there can't be that much. It's scary.
I think our contract with the chief, I think his nephew was on the force as well, Chief Kerrigan. Rumor was that they were skimming,
So, well, he was arguing that if for some reason this falls through, and the county sells it, that's a, the city sells it, would do, project fall through, if that should be reasonable, that should be a good part of it. The developer should cover that. Right. Right. I can see that. I think that's the only thing. Okay.
Well, if you do, might as well. Or, I'm not saying you have to, but if you do stick around for the presentation, you get that information about the slides, and then there's a book that was together here for it. Maybe you've heard of it.
See you later.
I see. So, yeah, this is a little bit different. This is for like startup companies, companies that are doing great innovative technologies.
Right.
Our partners that allows us to give out grants and internships and stuff to startup companies. We've seen where, there's some cities that summer.
With all the colleges around here.
Well, for sure. And when we feel a specific role in that ecosystem, there's other partners involved, obviously, all of that. The Rising Society being one of them. It's a unique program. Called out. And it's tough because like we award these funds, and then we actually partner with probably, if it is gonna happen, it's a good time.
It's the one thing, because we always used to fight the quorum. Anymore, though, it's not an issue. It's because everybody wants to come.
Well, exactly.
So, but hopefully, you know, to me, it's more amicable today than in the past.
Right.
Maybe that's a good sign.
I think so.
You didn't have anything planned for most of the day, Sean?
In the school district, the chairman would pay for lunch for long meetings. Is that how they do it here?
Yeah. Who pays the parking ticket? Yeah. That's me.
I do mine on the phone. I extended it and it didn't take.
Oh, did you? I never tried that yet.
Oh, I love it. I extended it, but.
I should have done
Get them used to, you go down and you say that you want to argue the ticket or protest the ticket, and then you fill out a form, and then the guy goes, okay, you want to split voice.
Wow.
You think it's like a long process?
Yeah, I would have thought.
We have a valid.
It's all right. We're on lunch break.
Yeah, I know.
You were like early, I thought.
That was early for Don.
I was like 8:01
Of course, I do that.
Noon time, you can at least hear industrial.
I like 7. I like 7:35. Okay. Okay, make a motion to end executive session. Second, Mr. Dowd. Mr. Donahue? All those in favor? Mr. Donahue?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Dowd, Mr. Chavone?
Yes.
Ms. Ferraro?
Yes.
Mr. Pittibone?
Yes.
And Mr. Anthony? Okay, very good.
Mr. Langen, if I may just put some things on the record following executive session.
Certainly.
As you mentioned, the board did go into executive session to discuss the issues I had identified earlier in the meeting, and also to field questions from the board with regard to those issues that did occur. For a portion of that executive session related to payments owed under the county P3 agreement, I did ask Mr. Langen and Mr. Lucius to excuse themselves, which they did, and further discussion occurred about that issue with the balance of the board at that time. So that's it for the record.
Okay, thank you. Old business, 7.1, filing of PA ethics statements of financial interest for 2017 is due May 1st, 2018. Sarah, if you can send an email out to anybody that has not complied yet, and let's try to get that buttoned up.
Sir, can I grab a form from you before I leave today?
Yeah, I believe it's online as well.
It is.
Yep. That's the easiest way. 7.2, P3 update, Benish. We have Greg Kolkinski, who stepped up a few times already today, but if you want to give us an update, Greg, thanks.
So you should have received a update that I submitted last week, similar to how the similar format to what I did in previous updates. Two things I'll note right off the bat. There's 2 bridges under construction right now. Bridges 202 and 227, and 205, as I heard a few minutes ago, is slated to be closed tomorrow. So we'll have 3 bridges going into construction right now, which is very good. I personally visit each bridge on a regular basis. I get daily updates. I'm out there watching to make sure Krieger is building 2 plans, and so I'm basically the eyes of the GPA to make sure everything's going smoothly. As far as some design-related issues, we've now received 9 permits from DEP of the 10 applications that have been submitted. We've reviewed 14 final construction plans, and we've had 14 plans submitted and reviewed by us for right-of-way. Regarding right-of-way, 9 of the 10 bridges are clear. All the property owners have signed the easement agreements. We have 2 outstanding, one on Bridge 143, which Mike Courier is working with us on with an agricultural easement, and one on Bridge 184, we're in negotiations with one property owner still. So all in all, the right-of-way process has gone very smoothly. Regarding utilities, PPL has moved their facilities on the first 3 bridges that they have. We're currently waiting for Med-Ed. Med-Ed's been installed due to some storm damage from a few months ago. So this week they'll be working on 205, and last week they finished up on Bridge 227. Regarding milestone payments, as of today, there have been no change orders for the project. So far everything money-wise is as expected, and Krieger did receive their milestone payment number 4 last week. Regarding the upcoming schedule, there's a few more bridges that we've had pre-con meetings for already. We've met with residents. Residents have asked a lot of good questions. I think they're well in tune as to what construction activities are going to be going on, where equipment's going to be stored, et cetera. And so the pre-cons have been a very good information for them, communication-wise, so they know what's going on. I give all of them my business cards if they have any questions for us. Mike Amelie's been out there with me as well. And we know they've been contacting him with some questions as well too. So I think everybody's been well informed right now. 4 bridges that are in construction are about to go to construction, and I haven't heard really much negative feedback at all. So which is very good. That's pretty much all I have for the issues that we see on. If anybody else has any questions on my report.
So just the negative feedback was bridges already under construction. Apparently there's problems getting onto people's property for surveying.
Yeah,
I mean, as we heard,
correct.
I'm assuming just
yeah,
surveying issues?
Yeah, we heard that probably about a year ago. I think it was when that letter went out. There was one property owner that had questions about surveying his property. That's correct.
All right.
But we have not heard any others besides that.
Yeah, little, and again, the normal protocol for you guys on this, your pre-con meetings are being done now because those are the ones that are teed up for construction now, that are already permitted, designed. Little Creek Road, when I say is an anomaly, that was slated for 2020. So they didn't get to this level yet when they're saying they haven't met with anybody.
Right, right,
So,
just survey. Right.
Yeah, and survey work, and Greg touched on it a little bit. They need to do the hydraulic. Every bridge is over water, predominantly. You can't change that. There's coefficients involved with the amount of water that flows under certain year storms underneath those bridges. They need to, these one gentleman's like, they were across the road surveying. Yeah, they need to identify that lake stream bed for however large that area is to be able to design the structures properly. So it's not like they're just electing to go, hey, let's go stomp around this guy's property. They need to get the proper, information needed to just to begin the design phase of the bridges. So, but just from your standpoint so far, there's been talk of, oh, this isn't going well. On a project this size, we haven't had any other complaints from property owners whatsoever on the bridges that I know of, on the bridges that are under construction right now. We had some questions on Ronco with some more on how the utilities were going to place poles along his frontage and things like that, which are normal businessman questions for a commercial.
They've been resolved.
And
The only
that's
issue,
the only one I know of, any of the bridges that have been done so far.
The only two issues were with the gentleman here, Mr. Chincarelli or whatever his name is.
Yeah, I have.
Last year, and things reached a level of hostility, from what I recall, not among attorneys, but among the fact that he was not cooperative at all, which resulted in a letter that he received. Mr. Ronca, the remaining issue is insurance-related, additional insured, and Krieger is already pursuing that. Everybody else, we've not had an issue.
Yeah, but just so everybody knows, this isn't like, that's not the, like, these bridges are getting designed, right-of-way is getting done, designed, permitted, and under construction with little to no headaches whatsoever. So that's something that needs to be addressed, and hopefully they're able to get in the proper channels to do it. But just from on Greg's side, they're doing a fantastic job as our eyes and ears. I mean, I have a lot to review on a weekly basis, but they put it in a format that I get through it. If there's a real question, I get involved. If not, I'm just keeping up to make sure everything's going well. GPI so far, how do you feel GPI's been doing?
They've been doing fine. Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
So I feel very comfortable with their design.
Yeah, the number of permits they've been turning around are incredible. Are incredible in terms of, like, they're getting 9 out of 10 on the first pass. I mean, the pre-meetings, are there any other things going on now for the next tranche of?
They've already done 2018 and 2019. They haven't done the 2020 bridges with
Okay. Okay. And the county's been very good to work with so far on getting the checks cut for the right-of-way that they cover. So everything's been going pretty smoothly. So.
And Mike Amelia and I speak on a daily
Yeah, Mike
basis.
Amelia's he hit the ground running, and he's been doing really well. So.
Yeah, the county's been doing a great job with the easements and cutting the checks and talking to the neighbors. It's worked out very well.
Yep.
All right, so there's no issues going forward. Everything's going very well. Right. So last meeting, I asked about the certified payroll.
Correct.
And I noticed here in the minutes that it was indicated Benish is a third-party engineer, oversees interaction. So do we have copies of certified payroll for prevailing rate?
So I asked Krieger for it yesterday, and they're going to start getting it to us.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Well, I asked you 2 months ago.
Yeah, well, I asked them because they just started construction, 4 weeks ago now, 3 weeks
All right.
ago now.
So it would be Krieger and all their subcontractors, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
That's
So
correct.
anybody that does any type of work for Krieger,
That's correct.
they'll provide certified payroll. Certified payroll will go to you?
Yes, and I'm going to
Or
forward it to the
as
county.
Benish?
Yeah,
I'm
to
sorry.
me, then I'll forward it to the county for review. That's typically
Forward
how
to the
we do it.
county or the GPA?
I would assume the county. That's Sean, if you're okay with that.
I don't care who it goes
That's
to.
typically what we do for a county project. Usually they send it to me, and then I forward it along with the
Nah,
certified
I'm just,
payment.
okay, I'm just trying to understand the whole process. I understand where the conduit.
Now, thinking about consistency, probably, you wouldn't think it would go to both if we're looking at consistency.
That's fine.
Say we own the bridges. And
Both, please.
Sure.
Now, how long would that take to get certified payroll? I
Well,
mean,
usually we get every 4 weeks. That's typically when we
monthly?
get it. Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, so I was still within it hasn't been 6 weeks or something. It'll be within reason that we would get certified payroll from them.
Okey doke. Any other questions for Greg? No.
Thank
you. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it. Thanks for your help today earlier as well.
Sean, I can comment on the next 3 if you want me to in 2 sentences.
Yep, very good.
Greg, his colleague George Horace, and I met with Penndot on May 23rd in Harrisburg to provide an update on the P3 project with Jim Ritzman, Deputy Secretary of Transportation, by Mike Panini, who heads up the state's P3 program, and is it Joe Duranko, who used to work for LVPG and is now with Penndot. Meeting went very well, basically gave them a status report, answered their questions, advised them of what was going on, and just as an FYI, the county has also met with the same people from Penndot about the project as well. Closing on St. Luke's is on Wednesday. All the documents have been finalized. As Dave said GPA will get another $100,000. It's a refunding of $100 million from their 2017 bond issuance in December and $50 million in new money. We have gotten no further right-to-know law requests. The ones we did receive, we responded to. The appeal periods have expired.
Okay. Very, very good. Dave, there's nothing else I need to sign on the St. Luke stuff, right? That's all. Okay, sweet. Very good. New business. 8.1, appointment of Frank Pettibone. Do we just do a normal motion to approve Frank Pettibone?
Actually, I think I have a resolution.
Resolution to approve?
It was in the packet, right?
I'm sorry.
And
I buried it.
Right. The resolution basically covers formally the appointment of Frank to the board by this board. And it ratifies prior appointments so that in the event there was ever a question that could be raised, it's been addressed.
Gotcha. Okay. And that's pertinent because it comes up in the bond issuance language?
It sure did.
Okay.
It was an issue for the preliminary official statement, and official statement, it took some work to address it. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for Frank Pettibone.
Second.
Second, Mr. Dowd. Mr. Donahue?
Yes.
Mr. Dowd?
Yes.
Mr. Chivone?
Yes.
Ms. Ferraro? Oh, I didn't even realize she stepped away. Okay. She's staying. Frank Pettibone? Yes. Staying. Paul Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Motion carries. Election of new board members to officer positions. Dave, did you provide a updated, or no, we didn't? 8 point. Okay. Do you know the individual spots that
Assistant
Neil?
Secretary, Assistant.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just to be clear, even though Paul and Frank were appointed to the board, it doesn't automatically follow that they assume the same officer positions as Neil Copeland and Helene Whitaker. So pursuant to the bylaws, the board needs to formally elect them to whatever officer positions the board wants.
I'm thinking rock, paper, scissors for secretary versus
I
assistant.
nominate Frank to be secretary.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
We have
Second.
You should flip for it, Paul. Give me your ankles.
Oh, Jesus.
Got a motion and a second.
Okay, we have a motion by Paul nominating Frank as secretary. Did anybody second?
Yeah, I did.
Mr. Dowd seconded. Mr. Donahue? My vote is yes. Mr. Dowd?
Yes.
Ms. Ferraro?
What are we voting?
Frank Pettibone.
Paid
Frank
vacation
secretary.
for you to Florida.
Yeah.
Frank is secretary.
Okay. Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Mr. Pettibone?
No.
Okay. Oh, my God, you're killing me. Oh, okay. Oh, wait.
So Paul Anthony is a
Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul Anthony as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, there we go. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 yes, 1 no. Okay. I'll make a motion for Mr. Anthony to be Assistant Secretary. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Chivone. Sean? Mr. Dowd?
Yes.
Ms. Ferraro?
Yeah.
Mr. Chivone?
Yes.
Mr. Pettibone?
Yes.
Mr. Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay. 8.3, request to appear before County Council Finance Committee. I don't believe that ever happened.
We did make the request.
Oh, well, we made the, yes,
Right.
true, yeah, okay.
It's my understanding in talking to Linda that they're in the process of drafting the request
Yeah,
from the Finance Committee.
Okay.
Mr. Heckman, maybe the chairman, is working on that.
yeah, okay. Yeah, and this came up a couple of weeks back. Mr. Derdinger mentioned something about that. You know, we're always here. We haven't received any questions from anybody on council, either written or verbally, if there are questions, because it came up that there was a finance committee meeting and apparently they spent 45 minutes asking questions, and I asked Mr. Derninger, well, what was the genesis of the question? Like, did you proffer those to anyone? And the answer was no. And then we discussed, said, we've offered, documented numerous times to have Benish go to every council meeting. They can provide a meeting at council once a month if they like. No one's ever responded to that. So, Greg, I know you were teed up to go. I don't know that we need you to go, but we'll let you know when they want an update. We'll get them updates on a monthly basis. I don't know if anybody else has any suggestions, but we can just keep offering, but I don't know what to do other than to keep offering. So
Let me understand. There's been a request for us to appear before the county council finance committee, or there has not been a request?
It was intimated there was going to be a request,
Okay.
and I said, well, we've been available all the time, and no one's asking any questions. I mean, we've been available. Like, our meeting's an open door.
So are we expecting?
So-
Are there any members of the
Instead of
finance
waiting for-
committee here?
Yeah.
Are you,
Yeah, instead of waiting for somebody to act, like, let's just go and get, there's a lot of new council members. There was a like PowerPoint presentation that explained every facet of a P3, how it works, in addition to the process that the county went through. That's all teed up and ready to go. And when Sean and I both met with the county executive, we said, hey, this is like in January, like early January, or no, it was December.
early to mid-January?
Yeah, it was early to mid-January. We said, hey, we can set up a meeting and do this and have a presentation done to get every council member up to speed so they understand the process. There's so many new people. Again, there's not been any response to. So if there are questions for the council members that are here, we are more than willing and happy to walk you through the whole process and project and get everybody up to speed. But it almost alarms me when I hear, oh, there's all these questions, but then nobody asks the question. It's simple. Give us a question, we'll get you an answer if there's questions on anything at all. So there's no. Pardon?
Come to the finance meeting, we'll ask them there.
Yeah, but you're saying come to the finance meeting. If you have questions, you could come to this.
We are
This.
here.
Yeah.
We're listening, and if you
Okay.
come to our meeting, we'll ask you questions.
We'd like to
Okay.
know in advance.
Yeah,
We'd like to be
that's
prepared.
fine. The best. Yeah, the
Okay,
best way to
thank
get the and I'm sorry, I don't know who you are.
There's a council member sitting right there, you could ask her, she was at the meeting where we discussed it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are.
I'm
You-
Lori Gardner, I'm a council member.
Okay, look, and thank you for coming. If you have questions that you know of now, so we can prepare.
But I'd like to know why you won't come to the
You-
meeting. Please come to the next
Well,
meeting.
what you're saying, we won't come to a meeting. We're asking to come to a meeting. I asked,
You to come, so the spirit of
but there's no, ma'am, there, respectfully, there's no argument here whatsoever. When I found out from Mr. Derninger that you wanted somebody to come to a meeting, we offered to come this week at the next available meeting. But you're saying wait and come to it. Just let.
Who?
Yeah, you just said come
May
to
I
a
ask a
meeting.
question, please?
It's almost funny.
Who would the county council finance committee like to be present at a meeting? Who would they? Does anyone know?
As was explained at the time when this was all brought up, explaining that there had been. During the last progress meeting, I had mentioned that there were many questions that were being asked. To say that they weren't asked of you, it doesn't make you necessarily the proper body to be asked these questions. Whether or not council members, who are the governing body of Northampton County, have a question for someone, they get to choose who they ask. So that being the case, there were questions as to where we were as far as payment, why we are being paid, we're paying milestone payments as opposed to performance payments, and so on and so forth. As Mrs. Ferraro knows, a lot of those questions were handled at that time by the appropriate people, whether it be the Director of Finance. The GPA is not the end-all, be-all of all questions related to P3, and as has been explained, we have spoken to the Undersecretary, we have spoken to many folks to get the answers that we need.
Okay.
Whether or not the answers that you want to give us have been conveyed, that is for County Council to determine. I then pointed out the Chairman of Finance, as Mrs. Ferraro knows, had said that he wanted to schedule a meeting. That is entirely up to the chairman of finance. That is not that's not up to the administration, nor to the members of council to tell him when they want a meeting.
Okay.
Or the nature of that meeting. It would be as inappropriate for the county executive or county council to tell you when to have a meeting or how to have a meeting. You're a separate authority, they are the governing body.
Yeah.
They get to choose how they're holding their meetings. So to characterize this in any other manner, as was explained to you, and you've changed the characterization of that here and with Mrs. Vargo Hefner, the reality of this is they have said that they will be holding a finance committee meeting to discuss P3 only, and when you get that invitation, I would hope that people show up.
Okay.
Of
course they will. Yeah, we appreciate it.
Well, that's not what's been portrayed here just now, so.
I don't understand. I didn't get that feeling at all.
Yeah, we were being
Really,
proactive
Charles,
to
I
offer,
didn't.
and that's all we're doing is being proactive. That's all we can do.
I assumed that Mr. Heckman would be, sending some kind of memo or something and saying
And I expect
at our next,
I expect
because
he will be.
that's what I thought. I understood Mr. Heckman said that he wanted to have us at a finance meeting, and but I didn't. I just feel that there's a little bit of animosity going back and forth here,
Yeah,
and I
well-
don't like that.
No, nor do I.
Everybody's getting their
As it all turns out, several things here were
hackles.
said that were not accurate from what was at the other meeting. So I would tend to be, and I don't believe that this is being done with any animosity.
Okay.
I am just correcting the
everybody
record for
calm
what is
down.
being said, as there have been things that are demonstrably said here today that are not true, and when that happens, it's incumbent, if asked, to answer those questions.
So forgive my ignorance. And
Yes.
if anybody was in attendance at the last County Council Finance Committee meeting, is there anybody here who was at the last County Council Finance Committee? Anyone else? Okay.
Yeah, I
Yes.
believe most
So-
of the members show up.
So was somebody from the General Purpose Authority and/or anybody affiliated with the P3 project, were they asked to be there, said they would be there, and were not there?
No.
Okay. No?
No, that's
Do you
not-
agree? I'm sorry. I apologize. I forget your name.
That's
I know you're a
Mr.
county
McGee, Mr.
council.
Bill McGee.
Okay. So what's being asked of us now is that, or I think we're being informed that there is a request from County Council Finance Committee to have someone or some people present that can answer some questions. And there's a formal invitation coming.
I would suggest that, as started and as stated, it was intimated that, as I was at the meeting, I suggested I did not, do anything more than that. That Finance Committee wanted to take this up so that they would not have 45-minute hijackings of their meetings, so that they could focus specifically on the questions they have and for them to deal with it. So that was all that was said at that time. It was then further the concerns or people's, when you say people getting difficult, I'll say, it was suggested that this was going to be a hearing, a witch hunt. People decided that they did not want to attend, or under what circumstances they would attend, and that is not at all. I work for the administration. I don't work for county council. I just suggested that that issue would be brought up by them, and you'd have an opportunity to talk to them at that point.
And I work for myself, and I don't work for the county. Okay, I work for myself.
That's good.
Okay,
That's-
so I'm trying to get to the bottom of something, and you haven't answered my question.
Right, because
So please
I'm not-
answer my question.
Sure, I'm not the
Is
finance
there-
chairman. The finance chairman of the governing body will send when he sees fit, or however he does. I'm not telling or directing him to do this. I only suggested that such a meeting was in the offering at a public meeting of county council. It was suggested this is what they wanted to do.
Here's what I will offer, and I can't offer any more than this. If there is a known request from the president or the chair of the County Council Finance Committee, is that you, Peg?
No, not me.
Who is it?
Ron Heckman.
Ron Heckman. If Mr. Heckman would like somebody from the General Purpose Authority and/or one of the, I'll call them a third-party service provider under the P3 agreement to answer questions, and I'm aware of it, I will ask that people be in attendance to answer those questions.
I'm sure he'll be
But
doing
to this point, have never been made aware of
No.
any type
Yeah.
of request.
And there was this was a conversation that happened during a progress meeting
Yeah.
that
Okay.
Mr. Langen has brought to your attention.
Yeah.
There is, at this point right now, there is no formal or otherwise requests from the governing body, only that I conveyed, because there is an element of the progress meeting that is political, there's a great term for it here, political climate in Northampton County. So I was addressing the political climate, and I had indicated that the finance chairman had suggested he wanted to have a meeting on P3 specific.
Well,
That is all that we're having here. We're actually going around the circle repeatedly that there's nothing more than that, just a suggestion that at a public meeting, it was said by the chairman of finance he would prefer to have a P3 meeting specific.
Okay, and I'm trying to get away from intimating anything.
Okay.
I'm trying to be very clear, and I'm trying to be very specific, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. So I think we're now at the bottom of it, and there's no longer anything to intimate in this conversation.
Can I just
Thank
say
you.
one thing? I'm trying to pass on, I talked to Linda Zemba, who works with council. She and I have been in conversation. We talked about the finance committee meeting, which is on the 21st. I asked her if I could have some type of formal request for the GPA. She said it's being worked on right now, so I would expect it very soon. But, the conversation has gone on. Mr. Heckman's aware of it, he's working on it, and...
Yeah, and this was simple. When I found out, I just offered immediate availability, and if they have questions, just get them to it. As a businessman, I can't wait a month to get questions answered. I can't go, hey, I'm going to craft a couple questions, and I'm going to sit on these for a month, then we're going to go ask somebody. If there's a question, just give us the questions, we'll get you the answers. It's very simple. And like Sean said, if a request comes, then we'll handle the request. But again, but in the interim, if any council member has a question, they can just call. It's real easy. Like if they have a question of me or of our project engineer, I don't want to hear people don't get information. I want to hear, I have a question, then you ask it and you get an answer and they go, wow, that was simple. That was easy to work with these people. So, but thank you. Okay, Bedco KIZ request. Sorry, Asher.
Asher Savan's here.
Asher.
Man.
Asher, you should win an award.
Remember when the meetings were 45 minutes, Asher?
No, I appreciate you guys putting us on the agenda, obviously. I timed it out to be about 10 minutes, but if everyone's okay with, condensing it to 7, I'll try to do that. So my name's Asher Chabone. I'm the Economic Development Coordinator for the City of Bethlehem and Director of the Southside Bethlehem KIZ, which is managed by Bedco, a nonprofit. I know there's some new board members, so I'd like to give an overview of the program. I do have the slides in the folder in front of you, and then talk about what we've been doing over the past 2 years. So it's the mission of the KIZ to foster innovation and create entrepreneurial opportunities by aligning the combined resources of educational institutions, the public sector, and the private sector. So basically what this means is our primary focus is on retaining the talent and technology coming out of colleges and universities in the Lehigh Valley, specifically Lehigh and Northampton Community College. How do we do this? Through $15,000 technology transfer grants that are to help commercialize a product, service, or technology. So we actually have a KIZ board that's formed of representatives of these organizations that contribute every single year and invest in these startup companies, and they're the ones actually making the decisions on those grants. We have student internship grants that we provide the companies, assuming that they submit a proposal to us for that. We have a partnership with Lehigh University where a company can hire a team of 6, 7 students to work on a part of their business or a project every year. Northampton Community College has a fabrication lab. They call it the Fab Lab. And they have prototyping facilities, 3D printers, that kind of stuff. And so this is a new initiative that we rolled out this year that we've gotten a lot of great feedback on, that companies can actually go in. We don't pay for the materials, but we pay for the access to the lab and any instructors that are needed for that. So those 4 programs that I just mentioned are all managed locally. They're all funded by the primary partners, of which the GPA has been one, and we're hoping will continue to be. The $100,000 in annual KIZ tax credits, that's managed at the state level. So there's 29 KIZs throughout the state. We have one, and it's based on increased revenue. So in order to apply for the full $100,000 KIZ tax credit, a company will have to increase their revenue by at least $200,000 every year. And they can apply for that every single year until the company is 8 years old. And that's all mandated by the state, required by the state. And I'm not going to go through all these points, but this is what we look for. These are the companies that are considered eligible for KIZ tax credits and the grants. And the most important thing is that they're doing something innovative. So they have some kind of proprietary technology that they're whether it's software related, tech related, or they have some kind of trade secret that they're using. The boundaries. Two of the questions I get most often are, why is it gerrymandered? And number two, why is it so specific to Southside Bethlehem? So for the first point, it's all based on ward maps, and this is pretty close to when it was originally designated back in 2004. We're now in the 14th year of the program, and we have CRIZ parcels within the KIZ, and so you can't overlap CRIZ and KIZ. And the reason why it's in such a small geographic area is it's the purpose of the program, again, going back to the mission, is it's built around Lehigh and Northampton Community College. And so that's the purpose for it being, where it is. I'm not going to go too in-depth on this slide, but the big number to take away all the way in the right-hand column is we've invested almost $8 million in over 90 companies since 2004, which works out to around $75,000 of assistance per company. And you can see that's a combination of the tech transfer grants that I mentioned, student internship grants. The majority of that funding, I think it's $6 million out of that $7.7 million in total investment, is through the tax credit program. And I didn't mention that they're sellable tax credits. So companies can actually sell those tax credits for cash, get cash in their pocket, obviously invest it back into the business, but they can apply for that every single year, again, until they're over 8 years old. The primary partners. So this slide is really important because we have 14 partners right now that contribute anywhere from $5,000 to $40,000 every single year. I mentioned there's 29 KIZs throughout the state. Nobody has the types of partnerships that we continue to have. They all exist because of the tax credits, but we're able to serve a very specific role in the entrepreneurial ecosystem that we have in Bethlehem and Northampton County. By providing those grants to companies. I'm going to get into a little bit of real world application. What does that look like? I do want to mention we did bring on the Community Action Committee, the Rising Tide. A lot of the startup companies, as they might apply for a grant and later on they apply for a loan for inventory buildup or something like that. And so Chris Hudak has been a really key part of it as far as in-kind services and just knowing what types of companies are coming through. And then as far as the update, Soltech Solutions is one of the company that we awarded a $15,000 grant to. They've produced an LED grow light, and so it's three guys that are currently with the business. If you will pull out your phone and Google LED grow light, it's purple light, pink light. They have a pure white light, and so they're marketing towards interior designers. I think that's an orange tree there. And so basically they're growing. They applied to the Rising Tide. They got a $35,000 loan through them, I think a couple of months ago. And they're actually tripling their office space in July, which we're excited about. So again, they're a company that's growing, no pun intended. Goblies, which I think, to be honest, is probably the biggest small business story in the Lehigh Valley this year. Brianna Gardell graduated from Lehigh University in 2015 with an idea for a throwable paintball. It's a mix between that and a water balloon. And she was making them in her kitchen apartment. And then she came to the KIZ board. She was awarded a $15,000 grant to basically create a manufacturing facility in Bethlehem at 1349 Lynn Avenue, which is a co-working facility. She went to New York Toy Fair, got a lot of interest from retailers, came back to us. The retailers were interested in the paint inside of the Goblies. So she came back to the KIZ board, shared her progress with us. We awarded her another $15,000 grant. And to make a long story short, as of March 9th, she was selling in every Michael's store across the country and online. So they're right here. I think they're $5 a pack, so you get 80 with them. I'm not trying to plug her product, or maybe I am. But she sells this and the play paint. And again, it's a great story. I think something like 1 million units that Michael's ordered, and they keep re-upping because they keep selling out. But again, those are the types of companies that we want to, encourage, because we've seen that, it might start out as 1 or 2 students coming out of Lehigh, but it grows to 50, 60 employees, and we've seen examples of that. So we want to be in a position to help support that. Impact, 449 jobs created since 2004, $70 million in additional funding leverage, 258 patents filed, then 146 new product introductions. Our budget for this year, you can see it's $137,000, $137,500. And you can see what we've committed already this year. And as Dave can attest to, a large part of that is done at the KIZ meetings with this $15,000 request. And so we've awarded a lot of the funding so far this year. New initiatives, I'll be brief on this. I talked about the NCC Fabrication Lab access that we're doing. Marketing videos, so we want to get the story out there, the program, do some work probably with the NCC film class. They've been really helpful, so we're probably going to pay some of their students to do some of that type of work. And then the tech transfer grant repayment. So we made a decision a year ago to make the program more sustainable. So now there's $15,000 grants that we're giving out. It used to be in the past that we would give it out, and it's gone. It's a grant. Now if the company receives a tax credit over $10,000, we require them to pay back 20% of that tax credit to the KIZ so that we can reinvest that. So take some strain off of the partners, allows us to do more. Historically, it should bring back anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000 a year, which is pretty significant. So again, that's an important part. Cryo Concepts, which is a medical device company in Southside Bethlehem, they received a grant last year, and they're actually going to be paying back that $15,000 because they got a $70-something thousand tax credit. So with that, I know I covered a lot, but I'll take any questions if it's appropriate.
Asher, so is that, when you talk about the reimbursements from the tax credits, the 20% of the whatever, is that the reimbursement that we see on what is the second page of our handout? First page is April 13th letter to Sean Langan as chairperson from you, and then the second page is from, I think it's you to Dave Hughes.
So the first one was the request. The first one was a request letter,
Yep.
And the second one I don't think I had. Did I have the payback on there? I'm sorry, which first?
No, so the reimbursement that's taking place, so for example, I'm looking at 2017, so Soltech Solutions, they've awarded 15, they've been reimbursed 15, so the remaining liability is 0. So is that the 20% of the tax credits you're talking about?
No, so when I say award, that's what, like the KIZ board decided to award them $15,000.
Sure.
And so far, they've invoiced us, Soltech, them being Soltech Solutions, invoiced us, and we paid them $15,000. So I'm just showing.
Okay.
Oh,
I just
okay.
wanted to be clear to that.
Yep.
Okay. So so in the case of Soltech, that's something where they applied for a grant, you've awarded them the grant, and
They
you've
drew
paid
it down.
and they drew it down.
Yeah, with the caveat
It's
being
no longer-
they applied before we made that decision,
Okay.
so
Yeah, sure.
I think it was everybody after them, but yeah.
Okay. So on a go-forward basis, can we see what comes back as the 20% of the tax?
Yeah,
credit?
I'll be sure to include that. So like Cryo
Okay,
Concepts
perfect.
would be the first one, and I'll be sure to show that
Great,
going
thank
forward.
you.
Yep.
That's all I have, other than can we put Asher on the agenda first the next time?
Yes,
Yeah.
Maybe he can hand out gobblies, and we can just throw those at each other rather than
That's,
darts and daggers.
That's why I kept them in the bag.
Yeah, a little tricky. Just for the board members' knowledge, for Frank and Paul Anthony Jr., we have a seat on the KIZ board. I used to go to the meetings, then we had used Mark Hartney for a while. Now we have Dave going, because it always conflicted. I was basically coming here in the morning and having to go there, because it was the same day typically in the afternoon, and it was just tying up like 4 hours of my day. So Dave currently is our rep. If somebody here as a board member would prefer to go and attend those meetings, and that's where they weigh in and decide who goes where and where the money goes, that's an option, not to throw Dave out, but Dave kind of picked the ball up when we, stripped that from Mark, and Dave's been going, so.
Chairman, I would like to attend just one meeting just to get an idea. I mean, I can go with you if there's room, and then, I don't want to commit to being that, but I'd like to go one just to experience it.
I'm sure they could put one more chair in the room, right?
Yeah, we can do that. Have you seen Shark Tank? It's sort of like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
But
Although not as not Kevin O'Leary and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I might come more often.
Yeah, and they do move around to the meetings. So sometimes they were at the incubator space, and then
Sometimes up
various-
at Ben Franklin Tech Partners
Yeah.
and Lehigh Valley Health Network, and
Yeah.
just try and get it around to the different partners.
Yeah, so you might be able to pick one that's near something you're working on. You
Yeah,
can jump in and out.
that'd be great.
But yeah, but Dave's been doing.
I'll let you know. Thank you.
Okay.
So there's a request in front of us for
40,000.
40,000, which is the amount that we've committed in prior years, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
So you need a motion.
I'll
Yes.
make a motion to approve the request for $40,000 to the KIC.
Motion by Mr. Donahue. Second.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who had it first?
Frank.
Frank Pittibone. I'm in favor. Mr. Donahue, because you made the motion. Mr. Dowd, Mr. Chavone.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, abstain. Ms. Ferraro.
Yes.
Mr. Pittibone. And Mr. Anthony.
Yes.
Very good.
All right, thank you. Everyone,
Yep,
appreciate
thank you.
it.
And if anybody didn't realize, he is the Max Kellerman look-alike from ESPN. Never put that together before.
So I'm going this Halloween thing.
I told you. I pointed that out, and you were like, oh, my God, that's great. Thanks, Ash. Yep. Okay. Ratification of Zelenovsky Axelrod LSC accounting firm. Is Deb still here?
No.
Did we lose
I
Deb?
think you'll find
Okay.
8.5 is the proposal.
Yeah.
And then you also see attached was a letter from Steve Barron and the county executive that they've approved the repayment of those fees.
Right. Yeah, it's-
So in conjunction with the audit.
Yep, and the work is completed. I reviewed the letter yesterday. I believe
Yes.
everything got submitted to
And
you.
I
Yes.
think you'll look in your package, you'll see a letter from Jeffrey Weiss saying that he had completed the management.
And that's because we didn't, under the, and I was going to let Deb explain all this, but under the new accounting requirements, we didn't have anybody that could acknowledge them, to say to approve them on our behalf, like without the specific expertise. We found out about that on May the 9th or 11th, May the 9th. So this is not something we knew about or could have known about before our last meeting, just to be perfectly clear, because there was some question. Somebody's timing was way off on how this was reported previously. So anyway, I met with Steve Barron, Mary Alice, and who's the other gentleman? Darren Hammond?
Duran Hammond.
I always get his name wrong. Duran Hammond. Yeah, and Deb had brought this up. Deb had brought this up a couple months back, saying that we could have somebody else look at it, and then determined that the county was going to look at it because their staff had the ability to do it. Then they were the ones that came back on the 9th and said, no, we're not going to do it. So we could have had this in place back like in April when I first discussed it with Deb and was talked into letting the county do it because they had the appropriate staff, which turned out not to be correct. So long story short, the county had agreed, Steve Barron and Lamont McClure had agreed that they would pay for that additional work because it's not that our stuff wasn't in compliance, it had to be in compliance with the way they had to report things now under the whatever new regulations came to bear, which we knew nothing about or had any impact on whatsoever. So, long story short, the work is done, it's being paid for by the county, but that's the history of
Because of those
Axelrod.
because of those circumstances, and you did sign the engagement letter with, I call them ZA, I thought it would be appropriate for the board to just ratify what was done under these urgent circumstances.
Yeah.
So you need a motion to ratify?
I just say, yes, that way it's covered.
All right, I'd make that motion.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Dowd.
Second.
Second, Mr. Chavone. Mr. Langen, yes. Mr. Donahue.
Yes.
Mr. Dowd.
Yes.
Mr. Chavone.
Yes.
Ms. Ferraro.
Yes.
Mr. Pittibone. Mr. Anthony.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
And relative to the audit, Debbie apologized because she had to leave.
Yep.
everyone had gotten, I believe, before the last meeting, a draft of the audit. There's been very few minor changes, which I'm going to receive today, and I will send it back out to everyone. That's why we included a copy of the letter from the auditor to show that from a management point of view, they've overlooked everything and everything's good. But I will send out the new audit.
Okay, very good.
Everything was good. There was no problem.
Yeah, he made one minor comment, I believe, and that was addressed already.
Yes.
Last week. So he did a good job in a short amount of time to help the county out with their compliance stuff. Okay, 8.6, search for new NCGPA authorized representative for the P3 project. You know, as I've stated before, we talked about this a couple months back, this is taking far too much of my time on a daily basis with like dozens of emails, especially given the climate. So what I would like to do is if we can find do an RFP for a new authorized representative to oversee the project as almost like owner's rep. They can report back to us and oversee the work of the third-party engineer. I'm not in the capacity to continue to do this on a daily basis, especially for obvious reasons. So thoughts?
I agree.
I think we all do.
Okay.
Do you need a motion for that, Sean?
Make it.
Pardon? Yeah. We'll make a motion to craft an RFP for an authorized representative for the P3 project.
Paul, make that? I'll make that motion.
Make the motion, okay. Second? Second, Mr. Donahue. I'm in favor. Mr. Donahue? Yes. Mr. Dowd?
Yes.
Mr. Chavone?
Yes.
Ms. Ferraro?
Yes.
Mr. Penndot?
Yes.
Mr. Anthony?
Yes.
Very good.
Sean, if I may, I think you covered Section 9. I'd like Kevin to come up. He had a few final additional comments he wanted to make, because I don't know if we're going to have a meeting in July, given vacation schedules.
Okay.
This will be brief.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I have another meeting that I cannot miss.
Okay.
So I have to get to that, and I will talk to everybody soon. Have a great day.
Frank, send me a note so I can take to my next
Thank you
meeting.
for the 4 hours and 8 minutes you were able to
Give me a
donate
late
today. We
note.
appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Frank.
This is, I'll be very brief. This is simply a follow-up to the executive session and my comments before the executive session, where I think the two open issues left coming out of them were whether the board should take a vote on whether to authorize special counsel to initiate action to compel the return of privileged documents if additional efforts to try and resolve this amicably are not successful. I hope they will be. So that's item number one. And item number two is a similar vote on whether to authorize special counsel to initiate action under the remedy provisions of the P3 agreement to recover the administrative services payments that are overdue or address that dispute if further attempts to resolve that issue are not successful, which I hope they will be. So I leave that to the board for consideration.
Okay. I mean, I trust they will be, but given the lack of response over the last months, you've not gotten anything back in writing from your meetings?
No substantive written responses on these issues. As I mentioned to the board, I did have a meeting with the solicitor, but since I have not received substantive responses that I have been hoping for.
So as those issues are recorded in both recorded and in the video, are you looking, is it appropriate for us to authorize special counsel to take that action today?
Yes. Unless you wish to wait for whenever.
Well, I'm hopeful we'll get a resolution, but I think if we're not going to meet in July to have
You
it
can
in our,
condition it on further,
you were supposed to have a
meetings
response last
that-
Friday, and then that didn't come, then yesterday by whatever time, and then again, we didn't receive anything, so I don't know.
Just, let's, before we go there, can we just kind of talk it out? I think Peg inferred that in the beginning of the meeting. Hey, let's just talk this out before we take some kind of action.
Just trying to get the temperature. I would agree with Paul.
Okay.
In fact, I think one of the things I was simply going to suggest is, it's interesting because I know most of the characters here for a long time, and I think a lot of us do. And Peg's comments early in the meeting, I think, were appropriate. You know, I think it's unfortunate that we have a sense of acrimony that I don't think either side wants in this issue. At least I'm sure we don't. I don't think I know Charles well enough to say he's not looking for more fights and more battles. I'm sure that Lamont isn't either. I sat with him on both the Yosemite County Council. I guess a suggestion would be, for as much as I have a high regard for the legal profession, I think sometimes they get in the way of discussion and dialogue. I'd like to make a suggestion, if the administration is interested in pursuing it, that 2 or 3 members of this board, so we do not find ourselves in a quorum, and 2 or 3 people that would be of the county executive's choosing, let's sit down and have a dialogue, see if we can resolve these issues before, and eliminate the acrimony and find some way to move forward. And I realize, Charles, you can't speak on behalf of the executive, and
Yeah, that's a great idea, because there may be council members that aren't up to speed with, with where everything's at.
Is that something you think? I would suggest that if the executive is prepared to do that, that 3 of us and of who's ever choosing. I think Paul showed a great deal of interest. I'd be happy to sit down because I know some of the folks and whomever else we think is appropriate.
It just seems easy to resolve these issues.
So definitely I think you should have council members involved.
It's easy,
too.
but I think the go-around we just had on should we report, can't we report, when we report is indicative of the fact that we need to communicate on a more personal level. So I'd put that forward. And Charles, I know you'll be a dutiful messenger.
Then who will communicate with whom to push that forward?
Paul, if Charles, if you or Lamont would get back to Paul and to me, and I don't know who else the third person would be, whoever's.
I believe Frank wanted to jump in on that.
That'd be fine, yeah. They'll have 2 new guys and crusty old guy.
Absolutely.
That'll be all right.
That would be a meeting, I totally agree, business people.
Yep.
And would probably need some ground rules so that nobody is adversely impacted by it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I trust people.
Okey doke. Sounds good. Staff report. Give us your best 30 seconds, Dave.
I'll just bring everybody up to date with we're trying to work with LVIP.
Yeah.
They've completed their analysis and have elected not to look for any funds from anyone else. They're going to finance it all internally.
Okay.
They have the cash.
That's fine. No request is a good request. Next meeting, we usually don't have a July meeting because of vacations, et cetera. If there's nothing pressing, we'll notify everybody if we're not going to have a meeting. So hopefully there's nothing to meet on. What's that?
I'm pretty sure I won't be able to.
Yeah, I'm out of town that entire week, always, every year. Dave, anything that you see on the horizon for July? Is there anything due, pending? Okay. Okey doke. Do we have a motion for adjournment?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Chavone.
That's it.
Second? That's it. Yeah, that's right. I don't get to read everybody's names today.
I don't know if you want
I'll get
this
you a
or-
picture of all the steeples.
Yeah, appreciate it.
It's actually pretty cool.
I bet it would be.
I wish I had a roof deck there to hang out on.
I can make my new time meeting.
Are these all mine?
Well, yeah, if you just have to sign it.
Yeah, no.